I open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee inquiry into the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Integrity and Safeguard Bill 2025. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands in which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to any other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are joining us here today. The committee will be conducted today via teleconference and video conference and also in person. I am Senator Dorinda Cox. I am the chair of the committee and I have with me Senator Askew in the room, Senators Brown, Steele-John and Antic also joining me online. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript will be made available. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses have a right to a request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the grounds on which the objection is made. The committee will determine whether it insists on an answer having regard to the grounds in which it's claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer also be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute your microphones. I now welcome representatives from both who are both in person and via video conference from the National Disability Services. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Yep, thanks, Senator. I'm the CEO of National Disability Services, the peak body for disability service providers. I'm joined by Karen Stace, our Director of Policy and Advocacy, and Sarah Nicol, our Head of Quality and Safeguards, who's joining us online. NDS welcomes the opportunity to appear before the committee to discuss the NDIS Amendment Integrity and Safeguarding Bill number 2. We want to be clear at the outset. Current policy settings are enabling the wrong providers to thrive. This is harming participants and driving quality providers out of the market, either in part or in whole. This bill is a critical element in ensuring the NDIS is stewarded in a way Australians reasonably expect. However, on its own, it will not be sufficient to drive bad actors out of the scheme or give participants confidence in the providers they use. Strong market stewardship requires identifying the outcomes the NDIS is intended to deliver, the provider market needed to achieve those outcomes, and then creating the incentives for that market to flourish. To date, this has not occurred. There are 3 key levers to achieving this: effective implementation of the new planning framework by the NDIA, ensuring the NDIS Commission has oversight of all providers, not just the 6% who are registered, and transferring pricing to IHACPA so pricing has the necessary rigour and intended consequences. The NDIA is preparing to introduce the new planning framework. For the other 2 levers, it is critical that government makes a decision in the 2026-27 budget. It will take up to 4 years to fully implement these measures, and stabilising the quality provider market is essential in the interim. Taken together, these steps are necessary to ensure the sustainability of the scheme and support the government to meet its growth targets responsibly. We have appreciated recent discussions with governments on aspects of the bill, including inconsistencies with other legislation and the need for clarity around the application of the highest penalties and administrative powers. We feel our concerns and those of our members have been heard and understood. We look forward to working together to ensure the amendments deliver their intended impact, which is a safer, fairer and more accountable disability support market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I did jump ahead with just saying thank you for appearing today, but also understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligation of witnesses in giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And just if you can just restate your name for the Hansard record before you speak, I will then invite members of the committee to ask some questions.
Michael Perusco, CEO, National Disability Services.
Karen Stace. Oh, sorry, did you need me to do that as well?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Sorry. Karen Stace, Director of Policy and Advocacy, National Disability Services.
Thank you. I think Ms Nicol, is that right, online?
That's not going well.
She hasn't got her, she's on mute.
Yeah.
Listen.
Oh, we can't.
Still can't hear you.
We can't hear you at our end, unfortunately.
Let's try this. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
My apologies. Sarah Nicol, Head of Quality and Safeguards, National Disability Services.
That's great. Thank you very much. And I will hand the call to Senator Askew.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for coming along today and for your submission that you've put in, which was very detailed as well, and for your opening statement. I've just had a question in regard to your submission. You noted that the current proposed settings for penalties carry unintended consequences. Just wonder if you could outline those unintended consequences and that you have seen and what you think the outcomes would be.
Yep. Might go to you, Karen.
I think our concern around unintended consequences is that if the penalties are not applied proportionately, that some providers may see them as a deterrent to actually supporting some people with disability or remaining in the NDIS market. I think we understand that the penalties are, of course, directed at the most serious offences and with the highest penalties flowing that way. But certainly our concern is that if they're not applied proportionately, then we may see some of those unintended consequences that result in, as I said, providers withdrawing, people being concerned around continuing to deliver services, and that's particularly, I think, across the sector, but also for small organisations or in really thin markets.
Okay, so with the providers withdrawing, what sort of percentage do you think that would be? Would it be really significant numbers or...?
That's very difficult to say. I guess our main point is that it's really important for the bill and the supporting documentation to clearly articulate the circumstances in which the penalties would apply and to provide very clear accountability in terms of how they're applied by the Commission and for providers to know the ground rules. So I guess our key point is in order to prevent those unintended consequences, it's simply a matter of being more detailed in terms of the guidance about how they'll be applied.
Excellent. You've sort of moved on to my next question as well, and you also touched on it in your opening statement. With the higher penalties, can you give us an example of what higher penalties you recommend when there has been demonstrated harm or material risk compared to administrative non-compliance? So, and you mentioned that you'd had discussions with government in your opening statement, so if you could elaborate a little bit on that and where you think you're landing with that. Yeah,
so the key points that we raised with government were really in relation to how the severe penalties would be applied and in what circumstances. I think the principle of any good regulation is that it is proportionate and that it is graduated and that really needs to be clear. I think in terms of the administrative powers, once again in terms of the requesting information or stopping payment, it's really important to be clear about the cases in which that would occur, because if that is not used judiciously, then it could have an impact on participants and the continuity of the services that they receive.
Okay. also in your submission you raised an issue with the cooling off period and withdrawal from the scheme. So what is your recommendation for how withdrawal should occur compared to what is outlined in the bill? Do you see that it should be managed differently?
Look, I think we strongly support a cooling off period, and along with other submissions, would suggest that improvements could be made through making sure that that's accessible, information's accessible. There's, good support for supported decision making where that's required. That there's really good understanding across participants about when that cooling off period applies and the consequences of withdrawing from the scheme. One of the points that we raise, though, is that we think it's important that providers are really clear on their obligations through that cooling off period. We could just imagine, I suppose we anticipated a circumstance where, a provider may not be sure whether they should be continuing to provide service through that cooling off period, particularly if it is extended over a couple of periods of time, and where in the circumstance where maybe a participant is withdrawing from supports, but there's still an obligation for that provider to, continue to proactively seek to support that person. So our view would be a cooling off period of, makes really, really good sense and is important and is required. But we would like some more guidance for providers around what their obligations are and some communication about whether that cooling off period has been extended, how it's operating, obviously protecting a participant's confidentiality, but some broad understanding of that across the market would be really helpful.
So would that consultation come directly from the NDIA to the providers? That's what their expectation would be, so that they would be aware that they're in that cooling off period, and at some point the services or payment for the services will cease.
Exactly.
And therefore there's a clarity around making sure your providers are paid, which makes sense. What about the length of the cooling off period? What sort of time frame did you have in mind? Are you comfortable with the proposed time frame?
Yeah, we didn't make any comment about the cooling off period.
Yeah, that was 180 days, wasn't it? Yeah. So my other question, final one, Chair, is just in regard to the in your submission, it was your recommendation was about amending the Act or the NDIS rules to clearly define the circumstances in which plan variations may result in reduced funding, and requiring that any reductions be linked to a genuine and material change in participant circumstances. Can you just clarify exactly what your intentions are there and how you see that the bill could be improved to make sure that that was done?
I think the first point is we're not clear why the clarification is required in the bill.
I agree with that.
So, and that's our main point.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's not clear what implications that would have for other participants or providers, and probably depending on the answer to that question, we might then raise other issues, but that's the key issue.
So with your consultation with government, did you raise that with them as well to try and get an understanding or not?
Actually, we did not.
No. Okay.
No.
We'll ask them this afternoon for you. That's okay. But I just wanted to understand, in your opinion, what you could see, how we could improve the bill to actually make sure it was a bit clearer. So thank you. That's all of my questions. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Askew. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here with us today for this inquiry. I'll take you first to the 12th recommendation in your submission, which touches on Section 45A information requests. Now, what are the risks to participant supports if the agency makes information requests that are not able to be complied with, in your view?
You want to go there?
Yeah, I think the risks are that the payments are withheld without clear understanding about the information that is required. We would be requesting that there's clear information about, lots of information's in this sentence, information about what is required from providers and participants. I think the other thing that we're asking for is clarity around where that information just isn't available, where the participant and or the provider is not able to get that information. In what circumstances would that claim be able to be approved and therefore paid?
Yeah, okay, thank you. What do you believe would be the appropriate limitations that could basically eliminate the limitations that could be placed upon the information that is requested under the proposed Section 45A?
I think that the information needs to be reasonable. It needs to be stepped out. There are also some concerns around the information that a provider would be reasonably expected to hold. So there's clinical information, obviously, there's confidentiality as well about the information that's able to be provided. There may even be some confidentiality in terms of information about staffing requirements or staffing details. And I think we just need to be clear on what that information would be and some limitations around it, as you've suggested.
And have you raised this with government as well in your conversations?
Yes.
And what? How are those conversations going? Were they receptive to that concern?
So they certainly understood the issue and appreciated the issue, and were going to consider it further. Okay,
fantastic. Thank you. Taking you now to the recommendation 11 of your submission, you talk about the need for clarity on provider obligations and in relation, particularly in relation to the continuity of support during the cooling off period, and you mentioned that previously in your answer to Senator Askew. Again, what do you see as the risks if that clarity is not given to providers?
I'll start and then go to Karen. I think that transition is potentially very tricky, depending on the support needs of the participant involved, and what the duty of care obligations are for the provider, because you could envisage a situation where someone continues to need support, but has made a decision to cease support, and that puts them at risk of harm. That really it is the provider who is caught in a pretty difficult place there in terms of their duty of care, and also not being paid for that care. So there does need to be, in instances like, well, one, there needs to be clear guidance, and where issues arise, there needs to be a very clear escalation point and contact point.
Okay, and just to conclude, with jumping back to Section 45A as proposed, are there any other safeguards that you would like to see placed around those information requests?
We would think that there should be an opportunity for review of those information requests. So where there's been a decision that the information isn't sufficient and therefore payment is not flowing, there could be, we think that the amendment could be improved through having some opportunity for a clear review of that. Why was the payment not processed? Why was the information deemed not appropriate?
There's also a very... Okay. Sorry, Senator. There's also a very practical point, and that is the need for a contact point in these situations. Yes. And at the moment, that is not something that is easy to obtain. And in high-risk circumstances, it's absolutely essential.
I understand. Can I just clarify though, in terms of kind of addressing this issue? Do you have an indication from the government to this point that it's something that they've been open to an amendment on, or changes to the bill to clarify this topic? Because you said you were very happy with you felt like your concerns had been heard as a result of your conversation.
So definitely the issue was understood. As to what action was going to be taken following their consideration of it, that's not clear.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your time today. I'll pass back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele-John. We now go to Senator Brown.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Senator.
Thank you for appearing today. In your opening statement, you indicated that you thought that this piece of legislation was a critical element that was required. You then went on to indicate some other changes that you would like to see. But I just wanted first to go back to expand the evidence around your views about how bad actors in the market are affecting good providers doing the right thing. Can you just provide some more information around that, please?
Yeah. So our members would regularly see very poor or harmful conduct by providers. They will see terminated staff that they've terminated set up as providers. They'll see providers scouring hospitals to find participants to support, and also the providers without the skills and experience to do the provide the support. The impact on quality providers in that regard is often picking up the pieces and doing what is required to get people's support back on track in a way that is safe and not necessarily being funded to do so. I think there's a broader question about the impact of having bad actors generally in the NDIS. I think it tarnishes the whole provider market, and I think that is not fair or appropriate given the providers who are committed to providing a quality service and ensure that the service have mechanisms in place to ensure their services are safe.
Yeah, which is obviously one of the policy intents of this piece of legislation.
Yeah.
Exactly. So to protect people. You've been asked by the committee already about aspects of the bill that you might want to amend, and you've actually mentioned some provisions already. So from what I'm hearing from the evidence that you've given so far, there are aspects that you've indicated might need amendment or clarified to ensure the safety of people with disability in the integrity of the scheme. So it's not the intent of the provisions, but is it the implementation of how because you did actually mention that as I think it was the first point in your opening statement when you talked about how critical this piece of legislation is, but you said there needed more to be done, and one part of that was around implementation. So I'm just wanting to expand that out.
Sure.
So it's not the intent of the bill, but you have some concerns around implementation. Is that correct?
Exactly. So we absolutely see the need for this bill and the urgent need for the bill, and we support the bill. Our detailed points go to how it would be implemented in practice and the need for additional guidance in relation to the extreme penalties, or severe penalties, I should say, and in what circumstances they should be applied, but also some guidance on how the administrative powers how they should be used, and in what circumstances they should be used. The other point that we made in the submission, and it really goes to the point that this bill is not sufficient in of itself to remove bad actors from the scheme. It is a very important part of it, but it's our view that the whole provider market needs to be subject to oversight, and there needs to be visibility by the Commission of those operating in the market. At the moment, there are 6% of providers that are registered, and it's very much our view that that needs to be 100% to ensure the safety of participants, but also that they get the quality support that they expect from the scheme.
Yeah. Thank you for that. So I know you've already talked about your suggestions about how some of your concerns can be resolved. Do you have any other suggestions you would like to place on record here today?
I think one that we haven't raised is in relation to severe penalties, and particularly in relation to the highest fine. I think 16.5 million. If we look at the Aged Care Act or the Work Health and Safety legislation, that highest level of penalty is in regards to harm caused, and we think that that clarification is appropriate in this bill as well, because I think the way in which it is currently written, it's broad and could potentially apply to more administrative issues. So, I think it's about making sure that that severe penalty is in line with the intent of the bill, and it's very clear the circumstances, again, that it should be applied, and we think that should be related to harm.
Okay, I think that's all my questions, Chair, but I would like to thank you very much for coming along.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown. And I will add to Senator Brown's thanks to you providing your evidence today. The committee will report to the Senate on the 20th of March 2026 and has agreed to responses to questions on notice. I don't think I heard that you took any questions on notice at all. Should be provided, if you did, by the close of business Tuesday the 3rd of March 2026. So thank you again for all joining us.
Thanks.
We will move to our next set of witnesses who I believe have already joined us online. Miss Cummings and Miss Davison, I think. Just give the others a minute.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome to representatives from the Occupational Therapy Society. Thank you for appearing via video conference today for the committee. And I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection or obligation of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. So just for the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Sally Davison. I'm co-founder and leader of Occupational Therapy Society for Invisible Disability.
And I'm Uriel Cummins. I'm also co-founder of the Occupational Therapy Society of Hidden and Invisible Disabilities.
Great, thank you. Do you have an opening statement in which you would like to make today?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. We welcome the opportunity to contribute to today's hearing. The Occupational Therapy Society for Invisible Disabilities, or OTSI, is a national society whose purpose is to enable occupational therapists to work alongside people with invisible and hidden disabilities to reduce barriers to full participation as active citizens of Australia. OTSI is a formalised organisation arising from the NDIS Occupational Therapy Community of Practice, which is a community comprised of over 12,000 occupational therapists nationwide. Occupational therapists play a fundamental role within the NDIS and are on the front line, identifying support needs, building capacity, identifying and managing foreseeable risk, and working with participants towards their goals. As such, occupational therapists and allied health professionals in their daily work play a critical role in upstream preventative safeguarding that can reduce the need for downstream compliance and enforcement approaches necessary to redress harm. Our position is that all conversations regarding downstream safeguarding responses must sit alongside meaningful conversations on upstream preventative safeguarding that can prevent harm occurring in the first place. OTSI welcomes the intention of this bill to build a safer NDIS. We commend the work of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission and support Schedule 1's strengthening of compliance and enforcement powers. Participant redress when harm occurs must remain a priority for the future of the scheme. Effective implementation of Schedule 1 must include clear provider guidance and timely intervention strategies to protect participants who may lose access to supports because of enforcement action. Our testimony today focuses on the need for proportionate and carefully calibrated safeguarding, particularly in relation to Schedule 2. We recommend reasonable and necessary limits on the proposed expansion of agency powers under Section 45. These powers must be clearly bounded, including safeguards around access to sensitive and confidential therapy case notes and files. Claims processes must not erode professional confidentiality or participant privacy. Information requests should be confined to material that participants or providers can reasonably be expected to hold and provide for claim verification purposes. Careful consideration must be given to the relative risks here, including potential risk and consequences for participants. Delays and refusals to process claims under the current Section 45 framework are already causing service disruption and participant impacts. The proposed amendments should ensure that withholding payment does not create greater delay, disruption or harm to participants than the original risk identified. Further clarity of scope, external oversight, stakeholder protections, defined evidentiary thresholds and timeframes, and accessible appeal mechanisms are all required. And consultation with disability community and allied health sector are essential to get this right. For providers, disproportionate regulatory burden under Section 45 will not operate neutrally. It will function as a market intervention with potentially harmful consequences for participants. It risks destabilising smaller and specialised providers delivering essential therapeutic supports, particularly in regional and underserved communities. Many therapy providers are already reporting significant strain from the cumulative administrative reforms, including Section 33 funding periods and Section 10 support lists. Additional burden under Section 45 risks further service erosion through loss of supply of experienced therapists and reduced access to supports for participants. Finally, we submit that upstream safeguarding must hold a strong place in this conversation. Preventing harm rather than responding when harm has already occurred must be a primary objective. Building evidence-based fit-for-purpose support needs assessments is fundamentally a preventative safeguard. Understanding a person's disability support needs, appreciating the foreseeable risks, and ensuring that tailored decision-making supports are in place are critical to preventing neglect and exploitation. Allied health evidence is essential to understanding an individual's disability support needs. So for this reason, we propose that Section 32L of the primary NDIS legislation be amended to enable a participant to request a replacement support needs assessment with consideration of all available evidence. This would materially strengthen procedural fairness, transparency, and participant safety at the front end of the scheme. We look forward to speaking further to specific amendments and to working constructively with the committee to ensure the NDIS remains both safe and effective for the Australians it was designed to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Davidson. I will invite committee members to now ask questions, and I'll hand the call to Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks so much to the witnesses for giving evidence with us this morning. Can I start with your opening statement and your suggested amendments in relation to upstream safeguarding? Firstly, can you tell me and the committee more about the risks that you see of the current proposed needs assessment process and the potential safeguards that are needed to address those risks?
Thank you, Senator. This is Muriel responding. Thank you for that question. So as we described in our opening statement, as allied health professionals, our role sits very strongly in that space of preventative safeguards. And so that space of identifying risk, identifying foreseeable risk, ensuring that support needs are in tune and recognised by funding bodies, ensuring that communication needs are identified, ensuring that decision-making supports are in place. So quite a strong role at that point in ensuring that support needs can be adequately identified. So we did take the step of making that recommendation in our submission and our opening statement of a request for an amendment to Section 32L for a replacement support needs assessment, because we think under the proposed new framework planning that there are some concerns in terms of how that assessment is proposed, and we are concerned that without that assessment being very, very strong and very, very clear and very, very evidence-based, that we will in fact see plans that are not adequate to meet support needs, and that will then place participants at risk of abuse and neglect further down the track. So, we do have a number of concerns. We're very happy to go into them in detail, but I guess in short, we would say that when you combine an assessment process that hasn't been trialled and hasn't been validated with an intention to remove a feature of the ICANN, the assessment tool, where participant-provided information, allied health reports, medical reports won't be considered for most participants, with a proposed unqualified assessor workforce, and then a method for translating all of that into a budget that we don't know about and we haven't seen and is not included in the current consultation papers. And when you put all of that together, we think that there's actually quite a lot of risks there, and missed opportunities potentially for that upstream safeguarding for NDIS participants.
Okay, thank you. Would your colleague like to add to that in any way? No. Okay. Can I just make sure that I've understood you clearly? So, as an organisation of professionals who would usually be engaged to do things like needs assessments and functional capacity assessments, your assessment at the moment is that the proposal that the government has outlined to this point represents potentially a risk to the safety of NDIS participants. Is that correct?
So I guess our view is that there's not enough information available for us to make that assessment. So there is currently an open consultation process on new framework planning, including the assessment. However, the papers don't have a lot of detail in there. They don't tell us anything about the support needs assessment process. They don't tell us about the budget setting mechanism. They don't tell us how and when participant provided information may be considered. So there's a lot of question marks, and to be honest, there are too many question marks for us to be able to make an evaluation of a safety evaluation of that assessment process.
All right, thank you.
Can I just, sorry, Senator Steele-John, can I just clarify then that it may not be in scope of this bill, some of the things that you've just mentioned, given that there isn't information. I just for the purposes of this piece of legislation and keeping within the scope of the bill, maybe the suggestions that you've made are for further conversation or consultation down the track. Would that be correct? Sorry to interrupt you, Senator Steele-John. I'll hand this call back.
Thank you for that comment, Senator. We appreciate that, and we do look forward to playing a very active part in that consultation. We would, however, like to connect it to the current bill that's being proposed, if we may, and if we can sort of connect it to the proposed changes under Section 47 and Section 48, which relate to a plan variation. And, because we don't really fully understand what the agency intends under those sections and how they may be used, that they may relate to a situation where a person, a decision has been made about that person's support needs, either in the presence or the absence of a support needs assessment. So what we would propose is that where it does relate to the outcome of an assessment, that person would then have a right to a support needs assessment.
Okay, I've just got some clarity on that. So I believe there's also an open public consultation on this matter currently. So, appreciate that you've made a suggested amendment, but I believe the government have already opened a public consultation on this matter as well, and it's currently live. So, I'll hand the call back. Thank you, Senator Steele-John.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cummings. Let's go to Section 47 and 48, as you just mentioned there, and the lack of clarity that you seem to be suggesting to the committee. For those that may be following along at home, could you tell us very briefly what those sections kind of relate to, and what information is not currently provided in the bill that you would like to see in relation to those sections?
Thank you, Senator. So our understanding of those sections is that they will allow a plan variation to take place for participants, and so an increase or a decrease in funding for that participant. We weren't fully clear from the explanatory memorandum the circumstances those powers might be used and how that sort of change might come about, whether it would be at the discretion of the agency, whether there would be particular triggers that would mean that plan may be increased or decreased. And we weren't fully clear how these proposed changes are different to what's already currently in place. So we'd like to see a lot more clarity around how how these amendments might be used in practice. And we'd also, given the significance of that proposed amendment, that there would be a power to increase or decrease a person's funding amount, that we would suggest that should be a reviewable decision under Section 99, and particularly where there's significant changes to that person's support budget that might have implications for access to support.
Thank you. That is a section of the legislation that I've been scrutinising closely with my team. Can you tell me a bit more about, from your perspective, and I'm happy for your colleague to jump in on this as well, what the risks to participants could be from this particular section of the legislation if we don't have further clarity as to how it may be used, circumstances in which it could be used, etc.
Thank you. I guess it's a speculative question, really, given we don't fully understand how the powers may be used. But certainly if there was a significant reduction in participants' funding, then that would mean that they may lose access to existing supports, and it may mean that there is disruption to current supports that might be in place. And we know that can create all kinds of scenarios where that person may be then at that increased risk. We already see from some of the current changes that have taken place where there has been unexpected sort of reduction in funding. We see all kinds of ramifications. We see people trying to cope with less support than what they need. We see many of our therapists approached to do assessments with the question of can this person be supported on a smaller support budget, and you know, of course, as allied health professionals, we've got to give an honest answer. And when we say that it's actually not possible to safely support this person on a reduced budget, you know, we've got to make that call sometimes, and we've got a duty of care to make sure that we do give that feedback when that's the situation, because we can't support clinically a situation where someone might be supported without appropriate funding levels in their plan.
Okay, and my final question would be in relation to that section. What would be your recommendation for the committee in relation to that particular power in the bill?
In relation to section 47 and 48?
Yes, the increase and decreased power.
Absolutely. I guess we would really like to see, as I said, that would be a reviewable decision, and we'd like to see very clear communication to participants, so expectations around that communication, so that they understand what the decision was and what the basis for it was, what the trigger for it was, and you know, what we'd also like to see, if I can say at this point, when decisions are made around funding reductions, increases or decreases, that there is some consideration given to foreseeable risk for that participant, because we want to weigh up the relative risk of what the implications may be versus the trigger for the decision in the first place, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you very much for your evidence today, to yourself and also to Ms Davidson. Really appreciate it, and I'll hand back to the Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele-John. I will go to Senator Askew.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for joining us today by video conference to Ms Cummins and Ms Davison. I suppose my first question is just wanting a bit more detail. So if you could please outline and give further details to your emphasis in your submission for the need to cleared guidance, proportionate enforcement for Schedule 1, which seeks to strengthen regulatory powers, and what clear guidance would you seek?
Thank you for that question. So I guess to reiterate that we very much welcome stronger enforcement and capacity for the Quality and Safeguards Commission to act when there are concerns about providers. And what we would like to see to make that, I guess, safer for everyone is a clear understanding of when those powers might be used and in what circumstances, what the nature of the, I guess, penalty is in relation to what the sort of investigation might be revealing about that provider. So clear guidelines so that providers can very clearly understand what their obligations are. You know, there is currently some clear guidelines. I think in some areas potentially they could be strengthened, and I think particularly in the current climate where we do see, you know, in some instances substantial funding cuts, what that provider obligation might be in terms of duty of care versus, you know, trying to provide care in a situation that isn't safe. You know, for example, we are currently hearing through our community of practice of situations where providers are taking participants to hospitals and leaving them there, with the expectation the hospital picks up some care because the funding isn't sufficient to cover safe care in that person's home environment.
So do you expect that would then be an issue with them that they would be penalised for, or are you just saying that that's being done because of the fact they haven't got the funding?
I think it needs to be clear in what circumstances that provider in that situation may incur penalties, and when their intention may be to make sure that that person is safe. You know, it may not be understood in that way depending on the nature of the investigation. So it just needs to be very clear, I think.
Okay, so that was one example. Are there any other examples where you've heard of those sorts of situations where that you think that could be on the border of needing to be investigated? Is there any other examples?
Yeah, I can give another example. So a participant was with a provider that there were significant concerns about, and in the therapist in the situation made some complaints, and that those complaints were addressed by the Quality and Safeguards Commission. The participant then transferred to a new provider, and under those circumstances, that provider was working with very little funding because there'd been substantial fraud under a previous provider, and what that new provider's obligations might be in terms of keeping that person safe on a very much reduced budget. Are they at risk of potentially not providing adequate care, and are they then accountable for that? Or what might be some of the avenues that providers can take to make sure that there is a rapid response when there are some risks identified?
So you just need the clarity around it, what those sort of circumstances would look like in regard to the penalties. Okay, we'll see if we can ask the department later in the day on that one. So in what manner would you ask for proportionate enforcement? How would you describe that?
Thank you. That's a good question. I think that what we mean by that is that the penalty fits the occurrence, whatever that may have been. There's some really significant differences between, for example, a provider potentially making a mistake on an invoice relative to something that is something quite significant. That's meant that a person's been subject to neglect in a care situation. So those penalties for various scenarios just need to be proportionate to the scenario.
Okay. Just on also in your submission, you talked about the cooling off period, and your recommendation regarding it is that you didn't believe that 90 days was necessarily the right amount of time. Can you elaborate on that, and in situations where you think it should be extended or how it should be extended?
Absolutely. So we do welcome a more extended cooling off period, and we think that this is a really positive development that it's being looked at through this bill. And we would suggest that there are some instances where 90 days might not be enough for a reasonable cooling off period, and we propose that there may be some capacity to extend that in particular circumstances. So, for example, a scenario that frequently comes up for us as therapists working with people with complex psychosocial disability is when someone decides they want to withdraw from the scheme in the context of a very significant depressive episode and potentially suicidal thinking and ideation, and they can't see a future for themselves, so they then withdraw from the scheme. But once that person's had some time, potentially a hospitalisation and other supports in place, and begin to start on that journey towards wanting to resume life in the community, that may potentially take more than 3 months in some instances, and that would be a really important time to have NDIS support, is following that acute period, and that person is then wanting to resume community living, community access, and a return to home following a period in a hospital.
So would you think that 90 days would be reasonable in most cases, but then just have it by exception, or would you prefer that the time limit was actually extended for everybody?
I think there should be a discretion in there, that there is capacity to extend it, and that it should be a process that is efficient and, I guess, a rapid response to, so that person isn't left unsure if they're going to have their NDIS supports when they need them, for example, following a period of hospitalisation.
Okay, thank you. We'll note that one for asking later in the day as well. Just on one other thing, and I'm very conscious of time, Chair, just in regard to the electronic claim forms and the payment, I just wanted to understand your thoughts around that. It was quite interesting in your submission about your thoughts about the payments being moving to totally electronic claim forms, that some people may find that very difficult.
Yes, we would encourage really clear guidance around that transition, and we would encourage consideration of providers of all shapes and sizes, so including smaller providers that might need to adapt IT systems, for example, and we'd also encourage consideration of providers that are working in rural and remote settings too, so that they may also have some additional work to do to prepare for that type of change. So we absolutely support that transition. We just would like to see that, I guess, that clear guidance and a graduated approach to making that change to, and you know, not just for providers, I think also for participants that may be self-managing, that there may be a transition period around that if it was also extended to include that group.
Just that they're the area that I think of most interest in, the ones that are sort of the self-managed ones that I think may find it difficult. So thank you for that. We'll have a look at that one a bit further as well. I'll leave it there, Chair, because I know others have questions, so sorry about that.
Thank you, Senator Askew. I will rotate the call to Senator Brown.
Thank you for that. But I before I start my questioning, I just did want to make a observation that plan variations will remain reviewable decisions under this bill. So just to clarify that for you. So the other, even though some of the evidence that you've given is out of scope, as the Chair's indicated, I wanted to get on record any of your views or any of the experiences that you may have had about how bad actors in the market are affecting good providers.
Okay, I think thank you for that question. I think, you know, as you know, as you're all aware, bad actors are a relatively small proportion of the NDIS provider market. You know, there's probably, you know, there's some bad apples in an entire orchard of providers that do intentionally do the wrong thing. Potentially there are some groups that unintentionally do not follow the guidelines precisely, and that I think is where we were talking earlier about that idea of proportionate safeguarding and proportionate sort of penalties in place for those groups. Yeah, I mean, I tend to feel that those bad actors have had a really detrimental impact on the NDIS, and they've had a very significant impact on the social licence for the NDIS, because we've seen media focus very strongly on those situations, even though they are a very, very small minority of you know, participant outcomes and impacts. So that's, you know, been a very significant impact, I think, for the whole of the NDIS and for participants and for providers alike, that we've now got a situation where the public perception has been really impacted by media reporting, rightly so. But, you know, I guess these situations of abuse and neglect have dominated media reporting to the detriment of, you know, the more positive outcomes that so many participants are seeing, and the transformative nature of the NDIS for so many groups of participants. And I guess overshadowing that, for the first time, a great number of people with disabilities have been able to access supports that they need under the NDIS that weren't previously available under other schemes. So, you know, that's a very significant impact of the bad actors that we have seen.
Can I just add to that, if you don't mind? That's exactly where I was going to go with my response to your question. It impacts in very major ways when it comes to public perception and reputation and perception about what the NDIS is capable of delivering for people. You know, I meet people on the street and I talk to them about the type of work that I'm doing with my NDIS clients. and they can't believe it. They can't believe that the outcomes that are being achieved. And so we really are like shouting into the prevailing wind in the other direction. And that's actually really sad. It's sad for the public, sad for the participants, and sad for the providers that, you know, that is getting overshadowed. So I think bad actors are having a big impact, and even though they're not necessarily a large percentage of providers, but there are other ways of addressing that, and there should be. Fraud is one area that gets talked about a lot. Bad actors aren't all fraudulent. There's the proportionate question is a really important one, and relative risk, and what's the actual impact on participants in all of that thinking.
And if we can, I guess, return to our opening statement also, and to say that it is our belief as allied health professionals that with solid planning as an upstream safeguard, that a significant proportion of exploitation and fraud could potentially be prevented at that point.
Okay, well, thank you. Thanks, Chair. I know I pretty much finished on time, I think.
You did very well. Thank you, Senator Brown. Thank you very much for your evidence today. And the committee will report to the Senate on the 20th of March 2026 and has agreed to any responses. I don't think you took any questions on notice for us, but if you did, they should be provided by the close of business Tuesday the 3rd of March to the Secretariat. The committee will now break and return at 12 p.m. Thank you, everyone. I now welcome Mr. Matthew Hall, representing the Australian Federation of Disability Organisations. Firstly, can I thank you for appearing before the committee today? And I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligation of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Just for the Hansard record, can you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Matthew Hall. I'm the National Manager of Systemic Advocacy and Policy at the Australian Federation of Disability Organisations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. Do you have a short opening statement before I invite the members of the committee to ask questions?
I do, thank you, Chair. I acknowledge Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as the first peoples and traditional custodians of the land that is now called Australia. I recognise their deep and continuing connection to country and community, and I pay my respects to the traditional custodians of this country, the Ngunnawal people, and the traditional custodians on the lands on which the Australian Federation of Disability Organisations, or AFDO, works, which always was and always will be Aboriginal land. I pay my respects to elders past and present and emerging. I also acknowledge people with disability in all their diversity, particularly those individuals who have experienced or are continuing to experience violence, abuse, neglect or exploitation. I acknowledge their families, carers, supporters and representative organisations, and on behalf of AFDO express our thanks for the continuing work done by the many people, including the members of the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee, supporting, protecting and advancing the rights of people with disability. AFDO is a disabled people's organisation, led, governed and predominantly staffed by people with disability. We're also a disability representative organisation funded by the Australian Government. Our member organisations are national disability-specific peak bodies, other disability-specific advocacy and support organisations, and population-based disabled people's organisations. Through our extensive network of member organisations, uniquely representing both disability-specific and cross-disability population-based communities, we have a reach of over 4.5 million Australians. This ensures that our work is informed by lived expertise and experience, truly representing our communities. On behalf of AFDO and our members, I want to thank the committee for this opportunity to provide important information about the provisions of the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Integrity and Safeguarding Bill 2025, amending the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013, viewed through the lens of human rights principles and assessed from a systemic advocacy perspective that is participant-centred. As set out in our written submission, we have discussed the bill with our members. Our submission and my evidence today are informed by those discussions and our member feedback and are meant to be constructive and focused on strengthening the effectiveness of the bill and Schedule 2 in particular. We also want to commend the committee for its commitment to hear from people with lived experience of disability, including participants, allowing them to tell their stories and share their ideas for changes to the scheme. The committee's approach is an important part of the process of demonstrating that the Parliament understands it is a custodian of the scheme that it created with the passage of the Act in 2013 and recognises that it has an obligation to ensure that not only are the voices of people with disability heard, but that people with disability develop, implement and evaluate policies, programs and supports that affect their lives. AFDO supports the amendments proposed in Schedule 1 of the bill, which strengthen the regulatory powers of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. These reforms have the potential to enhance participant safety, deter misconduct and promote higher standards across the sector, and the proposed amendments are consistent with the recommendations of the 2023 independent review into the NDIS and the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability, to tighten regulation, penalties and safeguards across the scheme and to deter poor quality and unsafe services, address abuse, neglect and exploitation, and support the NDIS financial sustainability framework by improving scheme integrity rather than cutting supports. AFDO accepts that Schedule 1 of the bill is compatible with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. This is on the basis that stronger regulation, penalties and exclusions of unsuitable persons enhance participants' safety, equality before the law and social protection, and that any limits on rights are proportionate safeguards. AFTO also broadly supports the amendments proposed in Schedule 2 of the bill. However, we believe that some of these proposed changes will benefit from further amendment or clarification in the drafting to ensure the amendments provide the best support of the scheme and its financial sustainability, whilst not detracting from the rights of participants. Those concerns are set out in our written submission, and I'm happy to expand on those matters if you wish. I want to conclude my opening remarks to alert the committee to a lack of transparency with some of the steps taken when introducing the bill to the Parliament, and community concerns with the extent and timing of community consultation on the bill. The bill was introduced to the Parliament without any prior notice to the wider disability community and without the release of an exposure draft of the bill. To put this perceived lack of transparency and secrecy in context, the government considers that it undertook extensive consultation with the disability community and disability peaks in developing the bill and before its introduction into the Senate. According to the bill's explanatory memorandum, the amendments have been developed, quote, following a public consultation process and targeted consultations with state and territory governments and disability sector peak organisations. This includes consultation by the Commission through a consultation paper, survey and a ministerial town hall event in late 2024. A consultation paper describing the policy behind the measures in Schedule 1 was published on the Commission's website, seeking feedback from the community. A survey was also available for community members to respond to if they wished. End quote. The first point to note is that this statement says nothing about consultation in respect of Schedule 2 of the bill. It is correct that consultation on matters now included in Schedule 1 of the bill occurred in late 2024, but it is not correct to classify this as consultation on the amendments or the bill. As the government notes, this was consultation on the policy behind the amendments. The amendments and the wording of the bill were not part of this consultation process. The bill was introduced into the Parliament on 26 November 2025, nearly 12 months to the day of the ministerial town hall. This occurred after an election at which the government was returned and the appointment of 2 new ministers for the NDIS. The government did not release any exposure draft of the bill following consultation or before introducing the bill. The bill took the community by surprise. Even though the bill, for the most part, is a positive development for participants, the government's actions caused an extreme amount of anxiety, stress and concern among participants. The community was very concerned that the lack of transparency by the government must mean that there was something to hide and that it was rushing through changes to the scheme that were adverse to the participants. We accept that that is not the case, but that is not the perception that the community was left with. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr Hall, for your opening statement. I'll go to Senator Askew first for questions.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr Hall, for your time today and for the time taken to prepare your submission and submit it to us. Just want to touch on that consultation bit before I go to my questions. Obviously, you know, there was some consultation originally back in 2024. Then you heard nothing in the meantime before it was just tabled in the Parliament. Is that how it worked?
Some of the disability representative organisations, of which we are one, were given notice the day before that the bill would be introduced, but there was no other notification to the wider community. And my understanding is, I wasn't privy to those conversations, but my understanding was that that was not something that could be disclosed until it was introduced into the Parliament.
It was ready to go. So Schedule 1 had some consultation 12 months before, but the rest of it, Schedule 2 and the remainder of the amendments, had not had any.
That's right.
Are you aware of any discussions with any other groups that you may have heard of that would have had some consultation? It just seems a bit strange that it's just come in without anything.
I mean, the explanatory memorandum does state that additional consultation took place with, if you just excuse me for one moment. Oh no, I don't have that with me. But with a number of, I think, NDIS participant working groups, or, right. But I'm not aware of what the extent of that consultation, and I can't make any comment on it.
Okay, so I'm sorry that the community has felt the way that they have, if that is the case, but hopefully, obviously, the process that we're going through today will actually sort of uncover anything that that there may be concerns about, and we're happy to continue to ask questions on that on your behalf in the meantime. But thank you for raising it with us and making us aware that that has happened. I just noted in your recommendations in your submission that your recommendations for new powers being exercised proportionately in stages. Can you elaborate on how you would recommend this be matched with the key factors that you've outlined?
I'll just pull up my submission so I'm... This is in relation to Schedule 1, Senator?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just having trouble. To which part are you referring to?
I've just got the notes that I had first. It's in there. I think it was just about the actual penalties that would be applied and the excessive penalties that we have discussed already this morning quite extensively. So if you can't...
I mean, we've made a very limited submission on Schedule 1 saying that we supported them and that they were consistent with the recommendations of the NDIS Review and the Royal Commission and didn't really say anything more about it. So
okay. I'll move on to my other question then regarding the cooling off period, the nominee powers. And you've noted that there are inconsistencies raised with the bill. Can you clarify how frequently issues arise with correspondence nominees acting beyond their intended scope, and whether your proposed amendment of removing item 3 would create any unintended barriers for participants who rely heavily on nominee support?
Well, just to go to the last part of your question, Senator, correspondence nominees do not currently, under any part of the scheme, make any decisions for a participant. They receive correspondence. Okay. They are different from a plan nominee or from the participant themselves. So the proposed amendment to section 80, subsection 3, paragraph A of section 81 inserts a provision that allows for the only circumstance in which a correspondence nominee can make a decision on behalf of a participant, and that is in respect of the cooling off period. In no other circumstances does a correspondence nominee have any power to do so. I'm not aware of any circumstances in which a correspondence nominee has currently exceeded that authority and purported to make a decision on behalf of a participant, and I would expect that if that occurred, the NDIS the agency would not take any notice of it because there's simply no power to do it. Our concern is that the founding principles of the scheme and the founding philosophy was based on principles of human rights and individual choice and control, and it was designed to emphasise the dignity of the individual and promote independence and to make their own decisions about their lives. And it was a significant shift from a welfare-based medical model of disability support to a person-centred social insurance-based support. And this is the first time that I'm aware of that there has been a proposal to shift that design framework to allow someone other than a participant to make the individual choice and control about the participant's life. Okay. It may be that a correspondent nominee may want to discuss the decision to remove themselves from the participant, to remove themselves from the scheme, and they may counsel against that, but it's not the correspondent nominee's place where participants have individual choice and control to make that decision and override any decision of the participant.
So I can see your point in that in regard to it being inconsistent with section 79(1)(a), so that makes sense. Yes. So we will ask the question on that one this afternoon as well. I'm very conscious of time, Chair, so I'm going to hand it back to you with a smile on her face.
Thank you so much, for Senator Askew, for facilitating that. Senator Steele-John, you've got the call.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks very much, Mr Hall, for your evidence so far today. Can you just confirm for us. So you are saying that it is inappropriate, in your view, for a correspondence nominee to be able to cancel a participant's request to withdraw from the scheme, and that it poses a threat of undermining the dignity of risk afforded to the participant. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Can you tell me some more about the ways in which you believe, your organisation believes, that this is an inappropriate step to take? I know you've gone into it a bit with my colleague, but I just want to give you an opportunity to expand on your critique of this point.
Well, Senator, I mean, I would just reassert that you know, fundamentally, in terms of human rights, every person has the right to control their own life and to make decisions about their own life, including the right to make bad decisions or decisions that other people think are not appropriate or in their best interests. And this is the first time that the scheme has sought to take that agency and control away from a participant where they have nominated a correspondence nominee. And if it flew, sorry to interrupt you, Senator, yes, but if you know, if in one sense, you know, it's the first step, and is it going to be then the first step of many where we are always defending the right of a participant to exercise choice and control?
Can I ask you, for those of us, for those who may be following along these hearings today, who might not be familiar with the terminology that we're using, can you describe for the committee the difference between a plan, not like a plan nominee, and a correspondence nominee?
Okay, so a participant appoints or has appointed a plan nominee in circumstances where the participant is not able to make decisions for themselves, and to, as part of the management of their plan, there is their nominee who is. So that would be primarily in the case of children under the age of 18 without legal capacity, or other people with disability who lack legal capacity. A correspondence nominee is a post office box. They receive the official correspondence, and to some, you know, have some duties to the participant in relation to the management of that correspondence, but they don't make decisions on behalf of the participant.
Thank you. That's a very clear distinction. Can you tell us a bit more about what the possible consequences are of basically allowing this change to go ahead in terms of the risks that it might pose to participants?
Well, it expands the role and authority of a correspondence nominee in circumstances where, when that correspondence nominee was appointed, certainly for all current participants, there was no indication that the correspondence nominee would be making that type of decision.
Yes.
So now people are faced with the fact that they've appointed a correspondence nominee who is now able to make a fairly significant decision on their behalf without any guidance in the Act as to what, if anything, the correspondence nominee has to do with the participant in relation to that. And they might form the view that had they known that at the time, they wouldn't have appointed that person as the correspondence nominee, they would have appointed someone else.
Absolutely. So it's basically somebody taking a decision-making role that was never intended to play that role and potentially doesn't have any relevant knowledge of the participant, their need or context, because that wasn't what they signed up to do or were signed up to do.
Yeah, exactly right.
Can I take you to another issue you flagged in your submission as an organisation? Can you tell us what you see as the possible consequences of limiting the methods by which somebody can make a claim without regards to accessibility?
Well, if the CEO of the agency determines that they are the only ways in which a claim can be made by a participant, and the participant is self-managed, and that means of claiming is not accessible to that participant will either has to, A, either can't make the claim, or B, has to find someone and obtain assistance to make that claim, adding further costs and time and stress to an administrative process of having a claim submitted and paid. And it also just is. It's not good practice to have inaccessible forms of communication.
No, it is not. And just to be clear, even though the legislation talks about the CEO in this context, this would be a power delegated to below the CEO level,
I would expect so, Senator. Yes.
A planner or a regular scheme delegate.
Yes.
Yes. So we're actually talking about whatever that particular planner might require in terms of information or those kind of processes.
Yes, and how the information, or even how the claims process is set out, and the logic of that claims process, and how you navigate it, and simple things of whether or not you're checking boxes, or it's. My understanding is, and I may be corrected on this, but my understanding is that in terms of accessibility, radio buttons, which are where you get the little circles, a circle within a circle, to make a choice of something, are not accessible to screen readers, whereas checkboxes are much more accessible. So it's just, it's in terms of some fundamental but basic decisions about, form design or process design too.
And in your view, why is it important to make the decision to extend or to not extend the time for information requests relating to a claim to be a reviewable decision? Why is it important that we make that?
Well, Senator, we think that it's very important, because whilst we accept the government's argument that if a decision is made not to extend the time, there is no the participant just can simply resubmit the claim. However, we have two fundamental concerns. One is, with that resubmission of the claim, it is not clear if the agency would, or if they're able to, impose conditions on the length of time that must expire before you can make a resubmission of a claim that didn't have sufficient information. But more fundamentally, we think that it is important for those decisions of the CEO through his or her delegate are subject to some form of review, so that there is some form of transparency around the agency's processes, and that there is an ability for an independent, impartial third party to critique the decision of the CEO or his or her delegate, and perhaps make suggestions that improve the efficiency of the scheme and the costs of the scheme, by saying, so you would be able to see, if it was reviewable, you would be able to see a pattern of behaviour or circumstances or conditions that the CEO may take into account or may fail to take into account, and the scheme could be improved by there being some review and transparency around those decisions and those criteria that are being applied.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Ms. Dool. I'm conscious of time, so I'll pass back to the Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele. John, I will hand the call to Senator Ananda-Rajah.
Mr. Hall, thank you for your testimony. I reflected earlier on a statement you made about the community being quite anxious around this bill essentially springing up on them is, I think, what you alluded to. But they must also be concerned about the almost daily reports we're now seeing of fraud or rorting of the NDIS, because surely that is eroding its social license. This bill squarely is focused on strengthening the penalty framework to prevent this kind of behaviour. I just wondered if you could talk us through whether you think the potential penalties are actually now in line with the regulatory framework, much like work health safety law, and whether you support some of these changes with a view to actually strengthening the social licence of the NDIS, which is paramount.
Absolutely, Senator, and I would agree with everything that you have just said. Just coming to the initial part of your question and your observation, we agree that the strengthening of the regulatory powers of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission and the Commissioner are important in attacking fraud and bad actors in the scheme, and that is an integral part of ensuring and maintaining the social licence of the scheme. And there is no, as far as I'm aware, and certainly our position is that there is no issue with any of those changes. The concerns with the community were not that the community had were not so much with, well, not at all with the substance of the bill, but with the way in which it was handled, I suppose, in terms of the community engagement with it. And once people understood that there wasn't anything sinister in the bill or their rights were not being diluted and that, in fact, the scheme was being strengthened, I think there was a much more community support for the bill, but it started out on a very sort of rocky footing because of just the sheer surprise, I suppose. Coming to the substance of your question, Senator, we think that the regimes or changes proposed in Schedule 1 of the bill will be very important to ensure the sustainability of the scheme and will be very useful tools for the Commission to ensure, the most appropriate and highest standard of conduct by participants and people who are exercising control over the lives of participants and minimise or reduce the opportunities for abuse or exploitation. And we think that the penalties proposed and the process proposed is going to be effective and is equivalent to, well, maybe not. I withdraw that. Is or provides the level of safety and safeguarding and security of the system in the same way as the workers' compensation scheme that you mentioned in your question. So we think that there are... I hesitate to use the word equivalent because I'm not an expert in workplace law and what the workplace relations compensation schemes might have in terms of those controls, but they are of a similar nature of similar controls in similar schemes to maintain the social licence and the proper behaviour and conduct of those in the scheme who need to be regulated. I think does that answer your question, Senator?
It does. I think your last point is well made because it's essentially like work health and safety law, trying to turn this from a reactive system to one that is proactive, that actively tries to discourage this kind of behaviour and then subsequent harm to the very people we're trying to look after.
Yes, absolutely, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Thank you very much, Senator Nandaraja. Mr Hall, can I again thank you for your evidence today? The committee is going to report to the Senate on the 20th of March 2026, and it's agreed to any responses to questions that you've taken on notice, and I don't know that you did.
No, I don't think so. No, I
but
didn't.
if you have, they should be provided by the close of business on Tuesday, the 3rd of March 2026. So thank you again. We will now move to our next witnesses. So
thank you, Chair.
We may break shortly and welcome our next witnesses.
Got everything? Yes.
I now welcome representatives from the Australian Services Union and from ARUMA. Thank you for appearing today before the committee. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection obligation of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you both. And for the Hansard record, could you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
I'm Angus McFarland. I'm Secretary of the Australian Services Union in New South Wales and the ACT.
Martin Laverty. I'm the Chief Executive of ARUMA.
Thank you. Do either of you have an opening statement you would like to make?
Yes, Chair. I'll just make a few brief remarks if that's okay. Thank you. So the Australian Services Union is one of the major unions that cover workers in the NDIS. We cover support workers in Queensland, New South Wales and the ACT, and also have coverage in South Australia and WA. But also in terms of the broader workforce, we are the union for disability advocates, support coordinators, local area coordinators, plan managers in every jurisdiction. The ASU has always supported the NDIS and its principles and stood alongside people with disability in campaigning for it to be a reality. And we always see that it's important that the interests of workers are aligned with those of people with disability, because when you have well-paid, happy staff in safe services, you're going to get better outcomes for people with disability. Unfortunately, though, we have witnessed, particularly in the last 5 years or so, a proliferation of what I would call bad faith actors in the NDIS who are exploiting their workforce and don't draw a line in their exploitation at workforce. They also engage in exploiting participants. And that does undermine the integrity of the whole system and the social licence of the NDIS. I do want to note the vast majority of providers do the right thing, but there are some bad actors there. And in that sense, bringing me here today is why the union is supportive of the bill. In particular, the NDIS Commission changes aligning the penalties with WHS sort of higher level penalties. I really don't understand why you know, if a worker dies on site, the penalties are quite rightly very high, and I don't see why if a person with disability dies in a service that they would be any less. And in terms of the amendments around the NDIA, I do note that there are some concerns in the disability community and from advocates around that. I would just echo the concerns they've raised, but from a workforce perspective, our members do tell us that when there are changes in plans, that can provide risks, and so we would expect that any plan change process involves robust evidence, risk assessments and capacity for people to challenge or review or appeal those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there another opening statement? Sorry.
There is, Chair, if I may. Martin Laverty on behalf of ARUMA. First, I'm very proud to associate myself with the remarks of the Australian Services Union. ARUMA is a national, not-for-profit disability organisation serving about 5,000 people with disability every day. We have a very long-standing and proud relationship of working with our union partners, the ASU and Mr McFarlane in particular, and I endorse the remarks that he's made to this inquiry. The bill should be passed. The recommendation of this inquiry is that it should have safe passage through the Parliament. The consultation leading up to this bill has been remarkably effective. I commend the department, the agency, and very particularly the Commission on the process that they conducted almost a year ago to hear community feedback, feedback of participants and indeed feedback of providers like Aruma. Aruma participated in that process, and we have seen that the feedback we gave to that consultation reflected in the eventual drafting of the bill. Nothing I'm about to say should be interpreted as detracting from Aruma's strong support for the passage of this bill. But it is relevant for the inquiry to know about the context of this time in which the bill will be assented to and come into practice. Specifically as that relates to the power of the NDIA to manage plans and specifically to level penalties on both workers and providers. Average losses for peer organisations to Aruma at the moment in the financial year 2025 were a loss of 4%. This is the fourth consecutive year in which peer organisations, not-for-profits who are accredited, have experienced losses. Aruma itself is in its fifth year of consecutive losses. The drivers of this: the Ability Roundtable benchmark tells us that the NDIS price is today set 10% below the cost of safe, regulatory compliant supports. We know today that plans are being reduced under the types of practices that are being codified through the new powers being affirmed for the Chief Executive of the agency. I'm going to give you two actual examples of where we have seen plans reduced and what they mean for the participants. I will be doing my best to keep the information anonymous so as to not reveal the identity of the participant. A resident reliant on a wheelchair who is unable to herself stand, walk, or indeed use her hands to be able to get into bed. When she's put into bed under her current plan of a night by her Aruma support workers, the plan assumes that for the next 8 hours there is no staff to help her roll at night. Previously, she's been provided in her plan with staff support to roll her frequently during the night. If you're not rolled at night when you're immobile, expect bed sores, expect them to become significant, expect an admission to hospital. And if you follow through that illustration, in worse circumstances, the consequence can be significant. Last week I met a participant who's had her therapy reduced within her plan. I asked, what's been the downside of the reduction of your physiotherapy? And she said, I can no longer walk. I've shared with you two actual illustrations of NDIS participants who've had their plans cut. I encountered both of those only on Thursday of last week. I'm in a position to provide the NDIA, the Commission, the Department, and if appropriate this inquiry, with dozens more illustrations. I'm raising this for two reasons. First, I'm inviting the NDIA to reflect on these two illustrations and dozens others, to consider if it's appropriate in these circumstances to prevent someone from being rolled at night and to have the impact of someone no longer walking. But I'm also wanting to point out that the penalties to be imposed, authorised under this legislation, which Aruma supports, need to be exercised in context. If we find in the months and years ahead that an NDIS support worker, a member of the Australian Service Union, has been banned because of insufficient price, because of insufficient NDIS plans, we will have set up a chilling effect that will deter staff from wanting to work in this sector. If we find in months and years ahead that providers like Aruma are subject to penalties in circumstances where the price is 10% below the regulated cost of service delivery and plans are insufficient to allow rolling at night or people to be able to walk, we will have done a disservice. We support the legislation because we want to see those who are ripping off the scheme, those who are doing harm to NDIS participants, prevented from participating in this important supports market. But simultaneously, we say to the inquiry, we say to the agency and we say to the Commission in the way that these discretionary powers are exercised in the future, that they operate in context of the way in which the scheme is maturing. Inferred in my remarks, the price should be corrected, plans should be adequate, but in lieu, the discretion within which the new powers to be granted to the agency and those powers to the Commission should be exercised with appropriate discretion. Both Angus and I, I'm sure, are happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Laverty, and also Mr. McFarlane for your opening statements. I will go to Senator Steele-John for questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Could I go to Mr. Laverty first? Would you be able to expand on the committee, on your concern around the use of the updated section 47A in relation to plan variations?
If you might be good enough, Senator, to point me to the specifics that you'd like me to address.
Yes, of course. So your submission flags concerns with the updated section 47A, which goes to elements of plan variation. I believe it's the section which deals with increased or decreased funding amounts. And just wanted to give you the opportunity to expand on those concerns for us.
The ability of the agency to vary plans at present is occurring in an ad hoc and an inconsistent manner in practice. We don't have today a consistent method of knowing that an NDIS participant plan is validated against their support needs and indeed validated against equivalent support needs of another person. That is a problem in the administration of the agency and its oversight of plans today. What the legislation is seeking to do is to validate the authority of the agency, the Chief Executive specifically, to give certainty to the agency's ability to make the variations. We have no argument with authority being affirmed for the Commission, for the agency to exercise its powers. What we are concerned about is the administration as to how plans are being issued in the first place, how they are then being varied. That operational practice is quite different from legislation that authorises to give legal certainty to something that is today uncertain. My friends at the NDIA will not be unfamiliar with me raising these issues of plans being inconsistent across the country and plans regularly being of insufficient supports to meet the specific needs of an individual. That is the concern that we see today, that is operational, that requires correction into the future to ensure equity across the scheme so that participants are receiving the reasonable and necessary supports in a consistent manner. The legislation perhaps in the background is authorising the agency in that practice. So our concern is around administration, the operations less so than the legal authority for the Commission for the agency to exercise its authority.
Okay, thank you. To the ASU, if you reflecting on your opening statement that you've provided us with, would you be able to share with the committee what you would say from your conversations with members have been the kind of top 3 concerns that they have flagged with you and the potential flow-on risks from not taking this opportunity to address those concerns?
Thank you very much, Senator. Yeah, look, I think there are a couple of major things in terms of, do you mean concerns with the bill or mean concerns in terms of working in the NDIS more general?
Concerns with the bill. And if there aren't 3, then, 2 or 1 is absolutely fine.
Yeah. Look, I think one of the major concerns from our members who are support workers, like providing support in the system, would be that they want to see strong action to get rid of bad faith actors in the system, that the NDIS is too important to risk its own kind of integrity by not dealing with some of these people. So, just in the last 18 months, for example, we've investigated in New South Wales, just one state, 102 different providers for serious industrial breaches and worker exploitation. All but 2 of them, I should say, have been for profit. Now, those obviously there is an IR framework and regulation and regulators where we take those things. But every time that we lift up the bonnet, we ourselves as the union and our members are also seeing participant exploitation, which in many ways is more concerning for our members because they are so passionate about what they do and the people they support, and that's often the main motivator for them contacting us. And so we're referring on to the NDIS Commission. We're in a really interesting situation, Senator, where as a union representing the workforce in the NDIS, we make almost as many referrals now to the NDIS Commission as we do to the Fair Work Commission or the Fair Work Ombudsman, because they're not linked. And they're closely linked, I should say. It's not as if someone says, well, I'm happy to exploit a worker, but I'll draw a line there and I won't exploit someone with a disability. That's not how it works. It's generally linked. And so these tougher penalties are really important for that very narrow part of the sector that is just flagrantly engaging in bad faith and undermining the great work that everyone does. I acknowledge that the vast majority of organisations are trying their best and are doing their best, and there are broader issues that our members raise in terms of better access to training and supervision and ongoing professional development and wages and other things that we are advocating for in different places like the Fair Work Commission, that as broader holistic reforms would also make, we believe, the sector a safer place for people with disability.
Okay. And could I ask you, when we hear as a committee about issues where payment to providers that are, of course, employers, are delayed or in other ways impeded, do you hear from your membership that then has a flow-on effect on them in terms of whether they are, remunerated appropriately or, in a timely fashion for their work?
That's a great question, Senator. So there are 2 sort of ways that our members are impacted by this. In the majority of cases, providers actually shoulder that burden themselves and continue to pay their staff as they should and as they're meant to under the law, while they follow up the payment, get back paid, make appeals or whatever. And we understand and appreciate that's a significant thing that those providers are taking on, and not all, that's not easy for many. There are some who immediately will just cancel shifts, cancel services, often not explaining to our members why. Our members get very distressed and concerned about then the person they're supporting and continuity, and who, if I'm not doing that, who is, and what do you mean? It's really opaque for workers when plans change as to how that happened, why, what was the evidence base, what risk assessments have been done. They are the person that work with the participant the closest. They understand and have a trusting relationship, and that means they're often the first to be, aside from the participant, really concerned about those variations, and often they're not consulted on them, they're not brought into the conversation. So that's something we also see.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your time today, and I'll pass back to the Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele-John. Senator Askew.
Thank you. I've only got a couple of quick questions, but just first of all, just to Mr McFarlane, I noticed that you didn't put a written submission in, so I just wondered, was there a reason for that, or just not time?
Apologies. That was at a busy time of the year with some Fair Work Commission matters. I think we will put in a short submission this week, echoing my points. And I'm sorry again for that.
That would be great. And I was going to say, you have actually outlined your thoughts as well, but I just thought if that was possible, it might be worth doing. I think we're taking questions.
We will do that.
Just so we've got something in writing from you, which would be very handy. So, Mr Laverty, just a quick couple of questions for you, and then I'll hand it back. I was always worried about time. You note in your submission that the enforcement powers need to be exercised proportionately. Would you agree with the other witnesses today that have suggested there needs to be differentiation between penalties for lack of administrative compliance and demonstrated harm or material risk, so there's quite a clear differentiation?
We're seeing in practice today that the Commission is very considered about how it is exercising the authorities it has today. We are seeing very detailed investigations that are conducted both professionally and over time. There is an opportunity for those against who allegations are levelled to be able to respond to those in the manner that you would expect. I am quite comfortable. It underpins our ability to strongly support the passage of this legislation, even though we are concerned that poor resourcing, both through the NDIS price and through inadequate plans, gives rise to the circumstances in which the Commission will need to investigate allegations of harms and abuse. Let me put it very clearly. The safety standards that are in place across the NDIS do not map to the NDIA's price determination. I'd encourage the committee to consider asking my friends at the NDIA, at the department and the Commission, do the regulatory standards inform the determination of the NDIS price? And the evidence I'm bringing is that in that context, the discretion that the regulator has to exercise these new penalty and banning powers needs to be applied diligently where you do not have the standards for safeguarding reflected in the price determination. And everything that I have seen about the NDIS Commission in the way it operates is it reflecting and understanding the still maturing system. So I'm very comfortable to say that your question around proportionality of the use of the Commission's powers is already the practice of this Commission, and that I'd have confidence of that continuing into the future.
Okay, so looking at the different types of things that may come up, what objective criteria or benchmarks do you think should trigger escalation from that lower tier compliance measures through to litigation and maximum penalties? Where would you sort of be looking at that? that boundary?
The Commission has a regulatory pyramid that already gives consideration to participants, providers, general public, that illustrates where the Commission will exercise its education power, right through to where the Commission would seek to prosecute and impose penalties, and under this bill, significant financial penalties. I'm particularly focused on the use of banning powers and are seeing in the way in which the Commission is using powers to ban a disability support worker or indeed a responsible person on behalf of a service provider, a board member, a chief executive. The Commission is using those powers with appropriate due diligence, reflecting the use of the regulatory pyramid. And I think at a time where the NDIS is still maturing as a service sector. When the NDIS was established, it was understood it took 20 years to get Medicare right. It is proving to take just as long to get the NDIS right. The Commission has been using its powers proportionate to the maturity of the scheme and focusing on the right use on the regulatory pyramid is something I have great confidence in the Commission's ability to do.
And you don't see any variation from that coming from the amendments proposed in this bill?
Not necessarily, because the practice that the Commission has in determining how to exercise its powers is already well established. What the bill is doing is introducing greater penalties by which those powers have effect.
Excellent. Just one other final question. Just on page 2 in your submission, incentive reporting that you recommended, what specific mechanisms or incentives are you suggesting to formally incentivise early self-reporting? So it's under the just culture, not silence heading.
For those of us that have worked in the healthcare system, acute hospitals in particular, the experience of human frailty is that sentinel events occur on a frequent basis. And our hospitals have a culture of identifying, talking publicly and learning lessons from critical events. That's a consequence of decades of standards and just culture being established across the acute care system. We can see it in our primary care system. We are seeing it improve in our aged care system. We don't yet see it sufficiently in the disability sector. Instead, there is a tendency to not own up to not talk about, to not learn from those things that go wrong. I'm very keen to see the disability sector maintain the choice and control of participants to have authority over who their service providers are and how those services are delivered. But we have much to learn from the clinical governance that exists in hospitals, primary care and aged care, where the learnings inform improved practice. Now, very specifically, I have previously proposed to the Commission that it inform its future directions from the way in which the quality and safety arrangements in our hospitals operate, whereby there is almost a real-time exchange of sentinel events and learnings from them, and that regulators and hospitals and clinicians quite comfortably talk about critical events as they're occurring. I'm very proud that there's a number of accredited not-for-profit disability organisations that I associate with through the Alliance 20, through Ability First Australia, where we have these discussions. The Ability Roundtable is now running a quality benchmark where these critical incidents are being considered by accredited not-for-profit providers. But unfortunately, this is still rare. It's still unique. There is an extraordinary opportunity for the Commission to take on that leadership role in fostering the learnings from critical events. And it goes to the regulatory pyramid. Within the Commission's authority, its educative power allows the learnings from critical events to be disseminated through the sector. I'd like to see a much stronger emphasis placed on open discussion about those events that inevitably go wrong that we need to learn from, because the alternate is to go back to a period familiar before the Royal Commission, where critical events occurred and sunlight wasn't shone on them, and sunlight cures so many ills.
It makes a lot of sense, and I'm pleased to hear that it is actually happening in some sections, but it does obviously need to be something that perhaps looked at on a broader sense. So happy to take that one up as a future question as well. So thank you very much, Chair. So I'm very conscious of my time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator Askew. Senator Brown.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you to Mr McFarland and Dr Laverty for their very comprehensive evidence they've given here today. I wanted to start off with, and forgive me, Mr McFarland, if you've covered some of this, but I'm really interested in the ASU's workforce, their actual how they're seeing seeing disability service provisions in terms of safeguarding risks to participants. So are you able to speak to what your members are reporting back to you?
Thank you very much, Senator. Yeah, so it is a very mixed bag out there in terms of the way that the sector operates in relation to safety, unfortunately. And when I talk about safety, I talk about both participant safety and worker safety, because they're both interrelated and they're both extremely important, and you can't really have one without the other. So there are obviously WHS requirements that providers are required to follow as employers, and there are quality and safeguards code of conduct that applies to all providers, but then practice standards that only apply to a very small number of providers. And what we do find is that across the sector there are some providers that basically don't provide safe services for participants and workers, and we work, and that's often due to things like rostering issues, where people are rostered where they should be with multiple staff because of maybe participant behaviours or support plans, and they're not. Lack of training, which also is something that's really important for workers based on the needs of each person with disability. So we see that in many pockets of the sector, and then we also regularly facilitate our members in actually raising these concerns with their employer, but also, if not addressed by their employer, with safe work bodies and the NDIS Commission. And I would say it is fantastic that in the last year or so, the safe work bodies nationally now regularly meet with the NDIS Commission and all the unions in the NDIS to talk about all of this together. And that's something we've been calling for a long time, and it's really good that the safety regulators are working together. But I would just return to my opening statement and just my observation that there are two categories that we would see of employers in general. There are the bad faith actors who don't care at all about safety, and they are here to make a buck out of the NDIS, rip off workers, rip off participants. When we find out about them, they sack workers, shut down, leave the country, literally, Phoenix, like there's that category. And I see that these new and higher penalties are really going to be useful to target them and ban them and go for them, because they have no role in the NDIS or any other service industry in our country. But there is the broader category of good faith actors in the NDIS trying to do their best to provide safe services, to work with their staff, and Aruma is clearly in this category, but they are constricted by the enabling environment. And you would have no doubt heard, Senators, there are concerns around, the need to expand registration of providers, the need to have tiered pricing, the need for award reform and better training and development opportunities as additional policy levers and opportunities for government to enable the good faith actors, the vast majority of the sector who want to provide the best quality services, to enable them to actually deliver that, because there are some structural settings in pricing, in regulation, that do limit those opportunities for good providers.
Well, thank you, Mr. McFarlane. In terms of the bad faith actors, you talked about they close down shop, and I'm assuming they then reopen under a different name. Is that the experience that you've had, or is that?
Yes, so we've seen a couple of examples in the last year or two. We've seen an example where someone who was struck out of the health system for defrauding Medicare then set up an NDIS company and started defrauding participants and workers who were rostered for 60-plus hour-long shifts without a break, without penalty rates or overtime, and paid the wrong award rate in very unsafe conditions. Now, in that situation, when we raised that, that person left the country. We've had other situations where organisations, one last year in July, told 500 staff in New South Wales one afternoon they no longer had a job, their super hadn't been paid for 6 months, none of their entitlements were available for them, but they could accept a job with a different entity at a lower rate of pay or with varied hours as a casual, if they signed a contract within the next 48 hours. And of course, we scratch the surface and we see that these entities are actually related, and we see phoenixing going on, and there's actually a series of 10 different entities these same groups of people have open and shut over the space of 6 months. Now, that's just two examples we've seen. Now, both of those have been referred, I should say, to the Fair Work Ombudsman, to the NDIS Commission, and to the NDIA Fraud Fusion Task Force. But we need as much, these penalties, really important for those kinds of people to get them out of the system. I didn't envisage that the role of the union would essentially be a police officer of the NDIS, but we, like all of our staff now, as union officials, Senator, are trained in the fraud rules, the code of conduct, how to navigate these processes for members, because we are seeing it so often. We get phone calls from members as frontline workers raising concerns. What do I do? I'm scared if I say something. How do I raise it? And we help them navigate all of the various avenues they should. So, sorry, I was going on a bit, but that's a bit of a snapshot as to what it's like for us, because we do see that underbelly, unfortunately, when we have members telling us about the worst things going on out there.
No, thank you, Mr. McFarlane, and it's very important to get on record exactly what's happening down on the ground. So thanks for that evidence, and I've finished, Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Brown, and can I again thank you both for your evidence today. The committee are reporting to the Senate on the 20th of March 2026 and has agreed that any responses that you may have taken on notice should be provided to the committee secretariat by the close of business on Tuesday the 3rd of March. The committee will now suspend for the lunch break and will return at 1:55. So thank you. I now welcome via video conference representatives from the People with Disabilities Australia and Inclusion Australia. So thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection obligation of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to both of you. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Oh, where are they? Who's not talking? Who are we after? Okay.
I'm sorry, I just had some technical difficulties.
Carol's disappeared.
I don't know if that was heard by the witnesses.
We can hear you. So
Did you hear me before?
Yeah. We're just talking to her on the phone to see where she is.
Okay. I can start again.
You might have to. Is she coming on?
Is it already on?
Yeah, it's just going to try and get on.
There was a group that was on there, but they were frozen before. So, like, yes, maybe they're having some tech problems.
Oh, okay. I can only just see the black hold. Okay, we're waiting on technical issues. Okay. Should we suspend till we get sorted?
Yeah, I think we will. If we can suspend it just until we get the technical issues solved. Okay. If we can recommence the broadcasting. I now welcome via video conference representatives from the People with Disability Australia and Inclusion Australia. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection obligation of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you all. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
I am Megan Spindler-Smith. I am the Acting CEO of People with Disability Australia.
Mary Mallett, Principal Advisor, Inclusion Australia. And Catherine McAlpine, the CEO, has left the room and will be back in a minute.
Great, thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement. If we can try and keep it to about 5 minutes, that would be great. And at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Megan Spindler-Smith speaking. I will go first just to give Catherine an opportunity to come back into the room to give Inclusion Australia's opening remarks. So thank you so much for the opportunity to give evidence at the inquiry today. I'm Megan Spindler-Smith. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm the Acting CEO of People with Disability Australia. We are a national cross-disability rights and advocacy organisation, and we are led by and for people with disability, representing the diverse 5.5 million Australians who identify as having a disability. PWDA supports the bill and welcomes stronger safeguards against violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation, and supports a stronger penalty regime for providers who willfully cause harm to participants' health and safety and their physical, mental and financial well-being. We support anti-promotion orders that curb predatory marketing and misleading claims and the introduction of a 90-day cooling-off period for participant withdrawal. However, the bill introduces expanded administrative and enforcement powers that, without commensurate participant rights, reducing risk, participant choice and control, this can be a risk for our community. We propose amendments to ensure external merits review, dignity of risk, supported decision-making, proportionate compliance for small and community-controlled providers, and greater co-design. We recommend the government provide administrative review tribunal external merit review for key commission and NDIA decisions and orders, including information demands, determinations, banning orders and anti-promotion orders, with stays where appropriate and plain language reasons. The Robo-Debt Royal Commission found that inadequate external review and weak accountability exacerbated harm, especially when automated or expedited processes displaced human rights and considerations. Embedding art review for key commission and NDIA actions reduces the risk of error and protects participants' rights without impeding proportionate enforcement against bad actors. We want to see inserting of explicit dignity of risk and supported decision-making principles and duties into the NDIS Act and co-design all rules with guidance for and with people with disability. The NDIS review and the Disability Royal Commission emphasise supported decision-making and dignity of risk as fundamental to safe, quality supports and ordinary lives. The significant new penalties are justified. However, without mechanism for lawful participant-led risk-taking, providers will increasingly refuse supports involving everyday risk. This proportionately impacts participants with high and complex needs. Choice and control, flexibility, self-determination and dignity of risk will be reduced in practice. Legislative and proportionality duty for the Commission and to establish small providers with a program within thin market to reduce harms and enable compliance by sole traders, small and community-controlled providers. This form of compliance requirements can place a heavy burden on small, regional and community-controlled providers, including First Nations organisations, increasing the risk that they may leave the market, particularly in thin markets. We also support mandatory statutory co-design for subordinate legislation, guidance and implementation with people with disability and representative organisations. The Department and the Commission have previously signalled ongoing consultation with DROs. However, this remains a matter of ongoing concern for the disability community. To rebuild trust, consultation should be elevated to a statutory co-design duty for legislation and implementation with transparent what we heard / changed reporting. Thank you so much, and I will hand to Inclusion Australia for their opening statement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name's Catherine McAlpine and I'm the CEO of Inclusion Australia, and we're the national peak disability representative organisation for people with an intellectual disability and their families. We strongly support the intent of this bill. Inclusion Australia has long supported universal enrolment and mandatory registration across the NDIS, and we welcome the government's move to require mandatory registration for supported independent living providers. Robust safeguarding mechanisms are essential, particularly for people with an intellectual disability, who the Disability Royal Commission found experienced disproportionately high rates of violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation. We also believe reform must be carefully calibrated so it strengthens safeguards without undermining effective supports. With that in mind, I will briefly highlight 5 key issues. Firstly, the amendments must strengthen and not undermine the viability of Services for One. These are self-directed arrangements established by a family or trusted supporter to support one person with disability, particularly someone with very complex support needs. These models have often only been created after significant experiences of abuse, neglect or systemic failure in group-based services. For many people and families, they are the only safe and viable option. We recommend explicit safeguards to ensure proportionality of civil and criminal penalties and appropriate review rights for these arrangements. Second, strengthened civil penalties and increased regulatory obligation may discourage smaller, rural, remote or specialist providers from remaining in the market, as you just heard Megan say, risking continuity of support. Evaluation and mitigation of withdrawal risks is essential. Third, expanded information gathering powers must be matched with clear legislated transparency about how information is collected, used and shared. Fourth, decisions to withdraw from the scheme must be supported by accessible information, supported decision-making and referral to independent advocacy with clear guidance for plan nominees. And finally, greater legislative clarity about when and how a plan can be varied, particularly where this may result in a reduction of funding. We also commend to the committee submissions from DANA, Disability Advocacy Network Australia, the Justice Equity Centre and Villamanta Legal Services. In closing, we support stronger integrity and safeguarding within the NDIS. Reform must protect people from harm while also protecting the diversity of support models that enable people with an intellectual disability and their families to live inclusive lives. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Mrs McAlpine. And thank you for opening statements. I will now hand the call to Senator Askew.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon to allow us to ask you a few questions, and thanks for your submissions. They're both very thoughtfully compiled and lots of good suggestions. I'm just going to start with Inclusion Australia first, and just on, you mentioned it in your opening statement there in regard to the Services for One. So you've raised your concerns about the unintended impacts on Services for One and self-directed models. What specific safeguards, like for example warning notices, stage compliance, differentiated penalty thresholds as such, would appropriately protect families from inadvertent non-compliance while maintaining accountability?
Did you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've just listed some of them, and I think Megan has already mentioned from PWDA's point of view the same thing, which is because it applies to it applies to Services for One, but it would apply to small providers as well. So it has to be proportionality. There has to be a way that the Commission can differentiate between the existing small, medium, large providers and then effectively micro providers who are doing an excellent job and who are in effect irreplaceable, really. That's in the case of the Services for One, these are people whose family members have created a Service for One because of the appalling experiences they've had within the existing service system. So yes, coming back to your question, the Commission can and should create rules and protocols that separate out those very tiny and very small providers so that there's a proportional response.
You just said, sorry, before you move on, you just said there has to be a way. Have you got any suggestions on what that would be?
Well, one of the... Yeah, that was what I was going to possibly suggest, that at the end, the recommendations from the registration task force included the establishment of a branch at the Quality and Safeguards Commission that had expertise in self-directed supports, including Services for One and the similar, and that branch should also have a role in developing the capability of those organisations and the understanding of their requirements, and that there was a mutuality there, that the Commission would then also learn about it. I think that there's because it's not impossible that some of the bad actors, we know that there are some bad actors who set up a service and really only have one client or a couple of clients, and so also might fall into this sort of category. I think it's the establishment of this branch so that there is some mechanism. That's not registration per se, but most of these arrangements are long term and known and are known, which you also have to allow for the fact that new ones need to be able to be set up. But that there is a mechanism through relationships with the Commission that help mitigate these arrangements. That's not perfect, what I'm suggesting, but I'm also suggesting it because it's a relatively small number. It's a relatively small number of families that do this. It's not something that tens of thousands of people are doing.
So that would be something like not go through the whole full registration that other registered providers would have to do, but still be registered as on record as being providing that service.
That's right. Yeah, so certainly, absolutely, we believe in universal enrolment, as in we think all providers should be able to, provide their basic contact details and what they're doing. Yeah. For the Services for One, where there may be restrictive practices, and usually a model to reduce restrictive practice. That's one of the great benefits of the model. We agree that they should be known to the Commission, but it should be a lighter touch in terms of what the provision of evidence looks like. And then there should be a lighter touch, again, in terms of notice periods, remembering that the families that are doing this are under stress. They are self-managing large plans, and so the administrative load is very high. And so keeping that in consideration so that it's proportionate.
Excellent. You're also, in recommendation 3, making sure that the committee explicitly recommend to legislate clear, accessible information about information gathering, information sharing practices be developed and published by the NDIS Commission, including who information be shared with, for what purposes and so on. I would have thought that should be there already, but it's obviously not.
No, a lot of that is, when it is written, it's written in very legalistic language. And so, and it also, this reflects a little bit to our recommendation number 4 as well, that sometimes the agency and the Commission or the authorities, government, can fall into the trap of just dealing with plan nominees. And plan nominees are a legitimate mechanism. That's all fine, in fact, a preferred mechanism. But we have to have information so that the person understands what's going on. And so we don't get things in easy read. We don't have, we would call it, and we would see this in the agency as well, a lack of decision support materials. And so that goes into a bit more detail where it's like, if you decide, for example, to leave the scheme, this is what this means. And to have materials to help people work through the implications of the decision as well, which is not the same as just explaining the rule. Yeah. So it's not that the authority, it's not that government is not trying to do the right thing in terms of making sure there's accessible materials. It's the NDIS itself now has a supported decision-making policy. I'm not aware that the Commission has a supported decision-making policy, and the reason a policy like that would be important is how it's implemented and what types of materials are created.
Okay, excellent. Just make my notes. Okay, just for PWDA, just a couple of things there. In your submission, you raised concerns surrounding penalties discouraging providers from supporting complex participants, and you mentioned it in your opening statement. What do you believe risk enablement guidance, as stated in your recommendation, particularly include to give providers confidence while still maintaining strong safeguards?
Absolutely, thank you. So to be really clear, I think what we need to understand is when we are talking about this form of space, what we need to understand is its dignity of risk. So it's being able to still access everyday risks that everyone else is able to access as part of their lives. So an example is that you may want to go out and go to an event that might have alcohol there. But if there are issues or concerns that the organisation or the support worker that is supporting you could be seen as inappropriately supporting you in those spaces, then they could be seen as receiving penalty because it doesn't meet risk or acceptable risk of that sort of support, because you're being able to choose your life and choose your engagement in life. Now, that is a very neutral version of what I'm talking about here, but it is also about the opportunity to travel or to actually engage in what might be seen as activities that everyone else may or may not involve themselves in. That might be going in a hot air balloon, for example, that has the potential to create risk. So what we're talking about here is not about making sure that you have the ability to get lots and lots of risky situations. What we're talking about is the ability to say, if a person is choosing that they want to learn to ride a motorbike and that person then has an accident on that motorbike, that it is not the provider's fault if all of the mechanisms of safety were met as it would be for anyone else with disability, without disability. So I think we need to be really clear around how we are making sure that choice and control is primaried over providers being penalised for people accessing opportunities or situations that would be normalised for anyone without disability or without a provider supporting them through that activity or that situation.
And I would add, it's Catherine from Inclusion Australia speaking, and I would add that this also goes to the decision support arrangements. And so what a provider would need to be able to do would be able to demonstrate that they've been through some decision to support processes, and these are there are documented decision support processes, and that if you've gone through a good process and the person understands the risks and wants to go ahead, then that should be allowed to happen, and the provider should be supported, if there is a consequence from that situation.
Correct.
It's Mary. I'll make another comment, which is registered providers demonstrate compliance by being assessed against practice standards. And they can, so in those practice standards, they are, you can interpret them differently, because if a provider wanted to shut down and keep everybody very, very protected and safe and not put either the participants they support or their workers or anybody at risk, and if they were extremely risk averse, they can be providing a safe environment but with no quality of life at all for the people that they support. But within the same practice standards, you can and should, a provider can and should provide all of the support that somebody needs to do the things that might be viewed as slightly risky, even though they may not be at all, by putting all the right things in place. So that view of risk that's taken by a provider has a huge impact on a person's life, a person's quality of life.
It's one of the reasons that we talk about dignity of risk and supported decision making going hand in hand, because they cannot be unlinked. They cannot be something that occurs without each other, because of the fact that if a risky decision is made but the person with disability is not fully aware of the potential consequences, or and somebody else is making a decision on their behalf to do this without any form of engagement or supported decision making, then absolutely that is a real concern. But if somebody is in absolute best understanding under a supported decision-making aspect, being given an opportunity to choose how they live their life, then it should not be a situation where the decision is you don't get to go and do those things because we're going to keep you safe, and that means potentially locking you in your house and not giving you an opportunity to experience all of life.
Okay, thank you. That puts lots of clarity around it, but what do we need to do in the bill to fix that problem, do you think? This will be my last question, because I know the chair will be after me soon. But
Absolutely. Look, I think the biggest thing is we need to make sure that supported decision-making is a key aspect underpinning all things that the Commission and that the NDIA ensure, so that every participant has the ability to understand, engage with, and be able to make decisions on their own behalf. In addition to that, what we need to make sure is that we are offering rights-affirming principles and practice while managing risk. And so how you do that is making sure that this isn't about a blanket risk approach or creating incentives to avoid risk by making it so that there is not a balanced or human rights-based good faith review by auditors. So we need to make sure that if a higher penalty is put in place, which is very important, what we then need to do is make sure that it comes with enough safeguards, that the participant's choice and control is at the centre, and it's clear that they have been part of the decision-making if a risky or negative outcome should occur.
Okay, excellent. I think that sums it up. Did you want to add anything, Ms Mallett?
Oh, no, just saying in the bill, just reference to supported decision-making and proper documentation, those sorts of things I think would be helpful.
Excellent. All right, well, thank you very much. I'll hand back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Askew. I'll go to Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you so much to the three of you for the evidence you've given so far today. Particularly for those last few exchanges. I think you've really stepped out clearly for the committee, the issues around dignity of risk that are at play here and unintended consequences. Could I ask, in terms of, I just want to give you an opportunity to speak specifically, to the committee and through the committee to the government in this instance. In terms of the changes that you would actually like to see in this legislation to place the clarifications and safeguards, around these processes in the context of this bill.
Megan speaking from PWDA. Thank you so much, Senator Steele-John. Look, we are very clear in what we would target as amendments. First is that there does need to be an external and relatively independent merits review. Obviously, dignity of risk needs to be embedded in how the legislation, and that is so inextricably linked to supported decision-making, not just being mentioned, but being a key aspect to how the legislation is implemented, understood and engaged with. We are also very clear around the fact that compliance needs to be proportionate to what is happening in that particular community, the size of the provider, as well as understanding that not all providers can meet the same level of timelines. They do not have the same level of back support. Some of them are literally individuals or family owned businesses. And then making sure that when information is gathered, when information is put together, that it is clearly done in a way that safeguards and primaries the person with disability, and so that their rights are not impinged on in any way, shape or form. We are also very strong on the fact that co-design does need to be an integral part of this, and in an ideal world, we would like to see that embedded as part of any legislation as a requirement to how these are implemented.
Mm-hmm. Can I? Was there another contribution there?
Oh, we were just, in terms of the things, yes, just really clear about our recommendations around supported decision-making and information, and that to echo Megan's comments about the primacy of the person with disability in the discussions, and to think really carefully about proportionality. I mean, I think in the legislation you can probably give some space for that to be considered at the lower level in terms of rules and practice standards, but to give some direction towards that, to say that the proportionality must include considerations of supported decision and making and dignity of risk, or such language.
Fantastic, thank you. Both of your submissions raised concerns about the potential impact of this bill on participants accessing smaller providers in thin markets. Could you detail for us what these impacts could be and the most likely to be impacted?
Look, Megan speaking, I'm happy to start. We have seen situations, and this is not just sort of this bill. We know that this is a potential that will be increased, where we already have providers moving out of regional and remote areas, especially for First Nations communities. And what we are seeing is, because of that, the additional work expectation around what registration or what information would be required means that providers may not be able to, A, meet the requirements, but B, meet timelines or cost requirements, and therefore pulling out. This is especially, we've already seen impacts on the HISID community, the high intensity supports community, as well as anyone with complex support or behavioural needs. We have seen that the reticence in the smaller provider community to take on being able to ensure that risk is equal to choice and control. So we've definitely seen that already happening, and we know this bill will only embed that further if it doesn't have equitable or balanced spaces around proportionate compliance.
I think Catherine speaking from Inclusion Australia, one of the issues is that often a small provider, so first of all, just to say that we are strongly in support of registration and universal enrolment and registration. So we do believe that the providers need to be known to the Commission. Like, we absolutely do support that as a principle. But this is Inclusion Australia, but at the same time, a lot of small providers are very good at the provider part of it. Like, they might be good at supported decision-making and good at all the rest of it, not so good at administration. So I go back to the recommendation from the task force, which is about the branch of the Commission that is also about capability building in small providers and in those. I really think that is a key element to make sure that we can do that. And I would agree. I would just echo Megan's comments in terms of rural and remote, but also to point out that even for people in the north of Tasmania, they are effectively they are not as physically far away as people in the Northern Territory, but have just as many problems
and more in a lot of those places.
Yeah, the thin market issues are as relevant there as anywhere else. So just to say that it is in multiple areas.
Yeah.
Megan speaking. I don't normally speak to my own personal experience, but I will in this sense because it is related. So I live in a semi-regional area. I am my family. My wife and I are my wife is First Nations. We are queer. I'm non-binary. We have only been able to find one provider from a very small boutique group that would actually provide what is safe for our family and for what is needed for supports for myself. And if compliance was required that was expected at a much higher level, the likelihood is they would not be able to continue to provide support. And I would definitely know that for myself, I would risk being able to access supports in my community and would have to consider moving or finding a new space to live, and I don't live that far out of Sydney. So it's definitely not just classic regional and remote.
No, absolutely. Look, can I drill down a bit on a phrase that you mentioned in giving those answers there? Because you've mentioned them as well in your submission. You've talked about the need for risk-enabled guidance and expectations aligned to the I think the acronym. It's been a long day already. The acronym was HISID, the High Intensity Supports Skill Descriptors. And you've mentioned them in the submission in the context of making sure that we avoid kind of risk-averse withdrawal of complex supports. Now, for those following along at home, anybody maybe that isn't as familiar with this kind of terminology, what does a high intensity support skill descriptor actually look like in practice? What are we tangibly talking about?
Look, what we're talking about here is people that may need regular catheterization or regular bowel supports that would normally be provided under medical oversight. Now, we're not arguing you should remove that in any way, shape or form, but what we are talking about is for many people who fit under the HISID requirements, there is risk around their access to these things because they can be deemed as risky activities or supports. However, many people who fit under the HISID space have had to move into medicalised spaces because they can no longer access those supports within their homes or within other spaces because of the potential expected risk around providing those. And so I would suggest that those are what are medically needed but linked to somebody's disability. That's what we're talking about. So they're kind of classified as high-risk supports and require a level of skill and knowledge that should absolutely be supported, but should also be able to be supported in someone's home and not in a medical facility.
And things like peg feeding would fall into that.
Peg feeding, absolutely. Including people being able to access oxygen in differential ways. So yes, feeding tubes, things like that are extremely important and a part of. For some people, they cannot necessarily do those things. And so that can also include managing breathing and breathing airways as well.
So it's a group of people who mainly ended up in aged care at very young ages prior to the NDIS. And there's been significant attempts made to keep those people out of aged care.
Correct.
Yes. Oh, and out of the hospital system as well. Can I just check, so just so that myself and the committee is clear, your concern is that if we don't have this guidance, we could have providers is the concern that they will not want to provide those services, or that they will not want they will be averse to providing a service to participants with those support needs, regardless of whether they're being asked to do the particular task or not? What's the delineation?
I think the risk is both, actually. So when we're talking about that, we are talking about it is already a thin market, this particular space. And so what we do have is we have a risk of providers not wanting to provide those supports because, as Catherine had noted before, development and skills development, especially in HISID cases, do require regular training, regular oversight and regular support. And the regulation around that is quite impactful. And for smaller providers, if this is seen as too high risk, you will only have choices to go to either a large provider or no provider or a hospital system, because of the fact that providers will feel like they cannot provide this, or they will not have the regular skill set and capability to do so. So I think it's both.
Okay, and that's why we would be looking for stronger guidance in that area. I'm conscious of time. Just finally, to Inclusion Australia, in your submission, you've touched on the plan variation amendments, saying that they could lead to unintended consequences if the provision is misunderstood or applied more broadly than is apparently intended. What do you see as the dangers of this amendment if it is misunderstood or applied too broadly?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I think the risk or the danger that we see, and lots of people are worried about this, is that it becomes a way of, in a circumstance where there should be a full review, a full plan review, that this plan variation clause will be used instead. And so where the situation and the circumstance and the person deserves a proper review, that if the plan variation is used to, in particular to reduce somebody's funding, but even if it was used to increase the funding, but increase it just marginally, and where a proper whole plan review would have looked at it properly and changed the plan significantly. So that's the major risk, is if that's how it ends up being used.
Okay, and is there safeguards that you can imagine around this amendment that would allay those concerns?
Well, we've talked to making sure that people have access to independent advocacy as one of them. It could be that if a plan review decreases a plan, that there's got to be a secondary level of oversight or checking. I can't remember it. Our submission.
We also speak to the external review requirement and the ability for independence, so that there is the ability for ensuring that there is access pathways to ART as well that can be supported and not overly burdensome or time impactful.
Okay, so you'd like to see it made clear that it is a reviewable decision, so that it could end up at the ART space?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I think that with that plan variation, it could be, if it was written more tightly in the legislation, that the very clearly defined circumstances. I think there's one example given in the explanatory memorandum. Not that I can remember at this second what that is, but so if the wording in the legislation was written a bit tighter, so that that could only be used in very specific circumstances, then that would allay people's fears about being misused.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. You've given very useful evidence to us today, and I'll pass back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you for your contributions. I just want to draw you out on a small item in the legislation that not many people have talked about, which is the issue of correspondence nominees being able to revoke a withdrawal request. Just keen to hear your thoughts on this. There's been some suggestion that this may be these people perhaps overstepping their mandate or undermining the agency of participants. I just would like to know what your thoughts are.
So with the plan variation and the role of
the withdrawing.
Sorry, that's what I meant to say. Withdrawal. So first of all, we have backed the 90-day cooling off period, backed a 90-day cooling off period. And secondly, so there's two things there is back to the original comments that we made about making sure that participants are the centre and that participants are given some supported decision-making support. There's a role for the nominee in providing that support, but there's also possibly the role of independent advocacy or others if the agency, the commission or the provider is concerned that the person's making decisions. So it's making sure the person has some access there. Secondly, there needs to be really strong guidance to the plan nominees. So one of the issues that we have at the moment, or certainly historically, is plan nominees have not been given a lot of scrutiny, and they've also often been given more. Providers have allowed them to have more agency than really they have. So we saw this during COVID, where we saw nominees who did not have medical I'm trying to think of the guardianship or power, like the proper powers, actually denying people access to vaccinations or whatever without ever, for example, making sure the person went and saw their local doctor, and so that they didn't even get advice from their local doctor, which would be a standard piece of advice that people should get in that scenario. So it's making sure that nominees are really aware of when they can and can't make substitute decisions, because they're not nominees unless they are formally the guardian. Like if they're a formal guardian, then they do have substitute decision-making power. But if they're a plan nominee, they actually don't have substitute decision-making power. And so making sure that the plan nominee understands they're not substitute decision-makers. They actually have to make sure the person understands what's happening. So that's it doesn't happen very often. Usually a plan nominee is a very highly trusted person, but we have set, and certainly Mary in her advocacy, when you're at Dana, saw enough situations where nominees were working against the interests or against the will and preference of the participant.
They're working in their own interests, really.
Where the nominee's working in their own interests. And so making sure that it's very clear they don't have substitute decision-making powers unless they formally have substitute decision-making powers like guardianship.
Sure, that sounds like an area we'd need to address. With regards to thin markets, I just wanted to ask you, I'm seeing the other side of the coin on this, and I take your point that, burdensome regulatory red tape, I guess, might discourage providers in thin markets. But there's also recent reports in the Northern Territory of First Nations communities being exploited by unscrupulous providers. And this whole bill is really about strengthening safeguards and protecting those. I mean, you could argue that those people in thin markets need even higher standards than everyone else because they are so vulnerable. So how do we get this balance right? We don't want to chase them away, but neither do we want to see a watering down of standards for people in those areas.
We'd be in strong support in terms of, again, I just reiterate that we support universal registration. One of the reasons we support it is because then it's a more level playing field for providers. Like what we're seeing at the moment is particularly legacy providers who have often played the role of provider of last support in a lot of areas are now really struggling because they're bearing both the compliance and the administrative compliance and financial costs of being registered with other providers that are not. And so we absolutely support that there should be a level playing field in terms of those sort of requirements. But it does also, it goes to Megan's point about co-design, about these solutions need to be co-designed. When we're talking about remote Australia, we need to talk about co-design with local communities and with community controlled organisations in terms of how do you balance those tensions of making sure that there is enough work oversight, regulatory oversight, and that's balanced by cultural concerns, dignity of risk, and all the rest of it. And so this is where co-design comes in. It also comes in when we're talking about services for one, where we're talking about a very specific sort of arrangement where there are risks to there's a family often making decisions based on the will and preference of a person who has very high communication support needs or has behaviour support needs, and so in terms of the way that they communicate. And so some level of oversight is needed, but what that looks like must be co-designed with the people that use it. So I think this is where we're not going to be able to tell you all of the exact things that might need to be done in those situations, but certainly we've co-designed with the relevant, it's got to be with the relevant people. Like if we're talking about remote Australia, it's got to be with First Nations people and community-controlled organisations. If we're talking about services for one, it's got to be with people who are using services for one, and making sure that we address these issues. And one of the other things is to call out conflict of interest and also management of conflict of interest, that sometimes in much smaller communities you do end up with conflicts of interest. It doesn't mean they can't be managed. So it's having a process where you can call it out and manage it, as opposed to, on the one hand, pretending it's not there, or on the other hand, what we do have, for instance, at the moment in the agency with the integrity work, is families feel like they're under the spotlight in a very negative sense. They feel that the agency's looking at them as, you're potential exploiters of the people. And that's not nothing. We know that not everyone has family, not all families do the right thing. But also it's problematic where we take an initial view that the first view is, you're a potential exploiter. So I don't envy you in some ways, the tension that you've got to balance, but this is where co-design and supported decision-making, access to independent advocacy are all elements that add up to better safeguards, and an understanding by providers that they will have to do a certain amount of administrative compliance, and making sure that pricing makes that possible, and that we don't look to make providers unviable at the same time. It's complex.
Megan speaking. Look, we absolutely agree that there does need to be some level of compliance. We're not saying anyone should not have oversight or support, but again, as already stated, it does need to be proportionate. And I do want to echo the fact that from a cost perspective, the work that's required, the back-end administrative work around registration or around any form of compliance, is not something that is straightforward or simple. And so we need to also be making sure that providers are being actively supported to meet those compliance requirements, while also supporting staff development and skills development, because in the long run, if it is not viable for them to do that and provide the supports, then it's also going to be likely that is where the issues you're talking about are more likely to come up, because of the fact that if you have to choose between ensuring safety through development and compliance over being able to be financially viable, and yes, there are absolutely problematic parties that are doing things negatively around the financial space. If that is not supported, then we're going to have more situations where compliance cannot be met, and therefore thin markets will only increase.
It's Mary. Can I make one additional
sure, Mary, go ahead.
About the thin market issue. It's not so much really to do directly with the legislation. It's got to do with the Commission and its resourcing. So for the people, we're in complete agreement really. Those people in thin markets are more vulnerable than people potentially, and certainly we have examples, and like you mentioned, the Northern Territory, there are people who are more at risk for being exploited by the providers and the bad actors that Catherine mentioned earlier. the Commission needs the boots on the ground. They need the people. They need enough people who are focused on this, who can work with the NDIA around where the money's going to, but also so they can stay in close contact with the local and regional advocacy organisations and others who are the sources of intel, who can, the First Nations organisations in those remote Aboriginal communities. The Commission needs to have direct relationships and engagement with those people so that they are on top of, instead of always trying to catch up, they need to be right on at the beginning of when these people are moving into a community so that they can very quickly, get them. And also, of course, at present, if they are unregistered providers, the Commission can only hold them to account against the Code of Conduct. So they need them. That's why the sole providers
we need them
are registered so that they've got more.
Thank you all for your contributions. And Mary, we might just ask them next. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Anandaraja. Can I also add my thanks to you providing your evidence today? If the committee is going to report to the Senate on the 20th of March 2026, and it's agreed that any responses to any questions that you might have taken on notice should be provided to the committee secretariat by the close of business Tuesday the 3rd of March. The committee will now suspend for a short break and return at 7 minutes past 3. Final session of the day. I would like to welcome both in person and via video conference representatives from the National Disability Insurance Agency, the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission, and the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. I'd like to thank you all for appearing today, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection obligation of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you all. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given the reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying a process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I invite those witnesses who are present to please state their full names and the capacity in which you appear today.
Who's going first?
Hi, Senator. Ross Schaefer. I'm First Assistant Secretary, Carers, Autism Markets and Safeguards Division in the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing.
Sarah Hawke, Assistant Secretary, NDIS Policy, Legislation and Engagement from the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing.
Kitsa Papadopoulos, General Manager, Fraud Fusion Task Force and Integrity Capability at the National Disability Insurance Agency.
Ben Cheever, Deputy Chief Counsel, Public Law, Legislation and Practice at the National Disability Insurance Agency.
My name's Louise Glanville and I'm the Commissioner at the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission, and I'm joined by my colleague.
I'm Alyssa Chambers. I'm the Deputy Commissioner, Regulatory Policy, Insight and Review at the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission.
And online too we have the Associate Commissioner.
Good afternoon. My name's Natalie Wade. I'm the Associate Commissioner and Chief Legal Counsel at the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission.
Great, thank you all for joining us this afternoon. I'm wondering if any of you have a short opening statement of no more than 5 minutes that you would like to give before I invite questions.
Thank you for that. We don't have an opening statement. Happy to move straight into the questioning. Yeah, thank you.
The department doesn't either, Sarah.
That's great, thank you. I might hand the call to Senator Askew.
Oh, I thought I was going next. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming along this afternoon. Nice way to spend your Tuesday afternoon. Just before I go through my real questions, I've got just a few things that have popped up during the course of the day today. I'm presuming that you've probably been listening to the evidence that we've been gathering. During AFTO's discussions earlier today, I've got to find the right page in my own. We were talking about the correspondence nominee versus the plan nominee being able to cancel the request to withdraw, and we're just wondering if we could seek some clarification around that. I can give you the full recommendation if you need it, but did you hear the conversation or not?
Thanks, Senator. I'm happy to start the response, and I did hear some of the conversation.
Excellent.
So, in accordance with the current Section 79 of the NDIS Act, a correspondence nominee can undertake any act that may be done by the participant for the purposes of the Act, excuse me, other than acts which relate to the preparation, variation, reassessment or replacement of a participant's plan or the management of funding for supports under the plan. Those two areas can be specifically only undertaken by a plan nominee under the Act. In relation to a participant making a request to withdraw from the scheme, the proposed amendments impose a new obligation on the CEO to notify the participant as soon as practicable after receiving a request to withdraw from the scheme. Mm-hmm. The notice must include information about the consequences of ceasing to be a participant, include information about how to cancel the request, and explain the cooling off period, the new cooling off period that applies, and provide an opportunity for the participant to cancel their request to withdraw. The proposed amendments also require that if the notice be given to the correspondence nominee as well as the participant, and And that was intended to be an additional safeguarding measure to ensure receipt of correspondence by the participant and their correspondence nominee about the consequences of seeking to withdraw from the scheme, and ensure the participant is made aware of their opportunity to cancel the request. It is the case that, as you say, that in the circumstances in which the role of a correspondence nominee operates, that they could, in fact, cancel the request or make a request on behalf of a participant to withdraw from the scheme. But the intention was really a safeguarding measure to ensure that the participant received correspondence themselves and via their correspondence nominee to be absolutely clear about the consequences of ceasing to become a participant, and to be made aware of their rights in relation to cancelling that request and how to do that.
It makes a lot of sense that they would be provided with a copy of the correspondence, but for them to then turn around and overturn that decision, which is what it sounded like from what the evidence that we received, and it does look like, you know, it makes it clear in 79(1)(a) that it makes it clear the correspondence nominee cannot do any act that relates to the preparation, review or replacement of the participant's plan. So it's contradictory to what the discussion we had earlier is sort of showing, that one thing, the new piece of legislation is basically saying they can do it, but that's not what's actually allowed to be done under 79(1)(a). So does that need to be changed? And in what reasons would we be letting a correspondent recipient, as opposed to a plan nominee, to actually make the decision?
Yeah, so I think there are processes in place in relation to the appointment of nominees and rules that relate to the duties and obligations of nominees, which absolutely focus on making sure that they are expressing the interests and wishes of a participant, and that is the course in which they are appointed as a correspondence or plan nominee. And so it would certainly not be the intention that they override the wishes of a participant, but I understand the point that's been raised.
So and that's exactly what it says in their evidence, that they can actually cancel the request. So that gives them the authority to do that. So I'd just like some clarification from you, perhaps even on notice, the difference between the correspondence nominee and the plan nominee, to be able to actually understand the extent of their ability to do that, which would just give us some clarity going forward for the committee, if we could have something like that.
Thanks, Senator. We can.
Another one, I'm just going to go through their evidence first and then I'll come back to mine. They had recommendation 3 from AFTO was about enabling participants to make a claim, and they've just got in making sure it's accessible by the participant or provided in an accessible format as required by the participant, and that's the digitalising or putting through electronic claims. Will there still be options for people to make claims in other formats through, especially if they're not used to doing it and they haven't got access in regional areas, especially if they haven't got internet access and things like that? So what will still be in place? Will they still be able to undertake the same level of claim processing?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So the application of the electronic claims provisions will only apply to registered providers, and perhaps the agency might want to comment further in relation to the current claiming arrangements and accessibility arrangements for participants and others.
Thank you.
Kitsa Papadopoulos speaking from the NDIA. Yes, Sarah's right. So the intention of the provision in the bill is for all registered providers to move towards fully electronic claiming. Having said that, as we design the implementation of those channels, we will include some exceptions for certain circumstances, but the overall intention is to make those electronic channels very accessible and very modern and in line with the way our registered providers operate their everyday business. When it comes to participants, participants can currently claim through a variety of channels, and there is no intention to change that.
Clarity around that. The decision by the CEO to extend or not extend time is not reviewable. Can you explain for the reason why it's not reviewable? I think their recommendation is to amend item 5 of Schedule 2 of the bill to provide that a decision by the NDIA CEO to not extend the time within which further documents or information in support of a claim must be provided pursuant to new subsection 45(3) beyond 14 days is a reviewable decision. They would like to see that it is reviewable. Can you give me a reason why it would not be?
I can start. Thanks, Senator. So, in relation to the notice under 45 proposed section 45 amendments to request information, the minimum time frame is 14 days. If a claimant needs more time, the notice can be varied, and that there's a broad discretion in relation to that, so that's really a matter of the claimant engaging with the NDIA in relation to the time they need to provide information, and the minimum amount of time is 14 days.
Okay, so it's is that the usual time now, or has that been shortened?
It is. The 14 days as a minimum statutory period is consistent with existing timeframes in other information notices in the Act, in section 53 and 55, and is consistent with existing prepayment review timeframes.
Okay, just going to go back to that.
And the intention really is to facilitate, obviously, the rapid resolution of claims in everybody's interest.
Okay, so they're just basically implying in their evidence that it's not reviewable for that case, but the extension is actually possible?
Absolutely.
Okay, that will clarify that. Okay. Just on another one before I move to my questions, just Aruma gave evidence, and we were talking about it, which you may have heard in regard to encouraging the self-reporting of critical incidents and things like, NDIS regulation should formally incentivise self-reporting and fixes with lower tier responses, reserving penalties for serious harm, recklessness or repeated non-compliance. And during the discussion we were talking about what goes on in hospitals, how there is a shared review of different critical incidents that happen, and wondering if there's been any thoughts to putting similar things in place. Obviously they do things between providers, but it is a good way of learning, and it's something that perhaps should be considered going forward. I don't know if anything like that is currently in place through the Commission.
Alyssa Chambers, Deputy Commissioner Regulatory Operations at the NDIS Commission. I'm just checking, is that in relation to the tiered penalty framework?
It is, but it's actually more about the learnings that come from incidents that happen. So what they were doing, it was a thought process that came out in the conversation, but I just wondered if there was some sort of review to that. As we were sort of saying during the discussion, things have evolved, Medicare, things like that, over the time things have changed, but we sort of always need to be looking at new ways of sharing ideas and learning from them rather than hiding from them and burying them or just reporting them to the Commission. Whether or not we're actually able to learn, discuss them amongst providers and then share, which obviously that is happening from the groups that were referenced, but only locally and internally rather than actually making it more broad.
Yeah, so absolutely. Part of our regulatory approach is that we do both preventative activity as well as the compliance and enforcement. And so in our preventative approach, we do release a number of spotlight reports where we examine our complaints, for example, or different issues in the market, and we share that with the sector. Some of the work that we have done recently that is not yet released is that we have examined a really significant period of our reportable incidents, so serious incidents that are reported to the Commission, and we've been able to do a review of the trends in what we're seeing in the sector that go to provider and worker practice. We've also got a range of materials that we share with providers and workers and participants, like our workforce capability framework, practice alerts, research and evaluation that really speak to best practice and lighthouse practice that we see as really important to incentivise and share with the market so that we can lift practice.
And Louise Glanville from the Commission, we regularly meet with provider groups. I think that's a really important piece of our puzzle, and we often travel to do that. And we also have our own advisory groups that some which comprise a lot of providers to indicate how they think we're going, but also the sorts of ways in which we could improve together. And I think you said it was Mr. Martin Laverty who raised that, so certainly very well known to us, and we will take that up with him to talk further.
I just think it was a suggestion that came forward that really makes a lot of sense. It's done in so many other settings, but all the work you're doing is, I'm sure, fantastic. But sometimes it's like reviewing it yourself without actually doing that peer review. Sometimes it's important that we actually look at those other options.
Yeah, and it can be made even better.
Yeah, exactly right. That's exactly it. And so I just sort of thought I'd query that one. So I'll just I'll move to my questions. The bill's explanatory memorandum outlines the bill intends to ensure that plan variations can result in an increase or decrease in total funding amounts in plans. Can you explain precisely what this means and why it's needed, and does this occur currently?
Thank you, Senator. Sarah Hawke speaking. Having heard some of the earlier evidence, I'd just like to make it really clear that the amendment does not in any way change the circumstances in which a variation can be made to a participant's reasonable and necessary funding, and nor does it make any changes to the review rights that a participant has in relation to plan variations. It is essentially a technical amendment. The NDIA, a CEO or delegate, can only vary existing plans in circumstances that are specified in the NDIS Act. For example, where a participant requires crisis or emergency funding as a result of a significant change to their support needs, or a participant requires funding because they've experienced fraud or financial exploitation, or a variation is necessary to prevent or lessen a threat to a participant's life, health or safety, whether that's current or in the future. So in those circumstances, it's implicit that funding would only ever go up where a circumstance for a variation in any of those arises. However, where a variation may result in a reduction in funding, and any variation is done together with a participant, there's really only two circumstances that would result in a reduction of funding, and that's where a participant receives a compensation amount. So there are rules around that apply and make adjustments to a participant's plan funding where they've received either lump sum compensation or compensation through a state and territory compensation scheme on a weekly basis. And so in those circumstances, a delegate can work with the participant to apply the rules and make any necessary downward adjustments to a participant's plan. Without the ability to make a variation in those circumstances, a participant would need to go through a full plan reassessment process. And in the context of new framework planning, that would mean they would need to go through a full support needs assessment process. Now, that might be a choice that a participant takes because other circumstances have changed in relation to their plan, and a full plan reassessment is appropriate. And that would be a decision taken together with a participant in relation to whether a variation or a plan reassessment would be the best course of action for the participant. And of course, all of the internal and external review rights are available to a participant following the outcome of a plan variation. Another circumstance in which participants the only other circumstance that we're aware of that we can think of that might result in a reduction of funding for a participant's total budget is where the plan duration is reduced, often at the request of the participant, which would then result in a reduction in the total funding amount. And in specifying the kinds of variations that may be made to a participant's plan, the NDIS Act places a number of requirements on the NDIA in varying a plan, including that it must be done with a participant and must have regard to a participant's goals and aspirations in addition to other matters. So just really wanted to emphasise that plan variations, that nothing in the amendments alter or change the circumstances in which the agency can conduct a plan variation, and absolutely where a participant is dissatisfied with a decision to vary or not to vary a plan, they retain all of their review rights under the Act in internal and by the administrative review tribunal as well in respect of any decision regarding a plan variation.
So you say it's just a technical thing. What's not there now that is making it the need for it to be there? Because you've obviously just outlined the answer to my last question, that part of it doesn't this occur currently, so obviously nothing's really changing. So what is changing in the bill that needs to put it there?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So inherent in the circumstances that I just read out regarding crisis or emergency, fraud or financial exploitation or threat to a participant's life, they are inherently upward variations. So this was really what we refer to as a beyond doubt provision, especially in the context of supporting participants to move to new framework planning, that they wouldn't need to go through a full reassessment, a full needs assessment and reassessment process in the event of a variation that's triggered by the compensation adjustment rules. That's really the primary
aim. Or decrease
aim.
then, is that the bit, just adding in or decrease, is that the change?
Yes, correct.
Okay, that answers that one. So are there any provisions in the bill that seek to prevent fraud from occurring in the first place, or is it mainly about applying greater penalties to offenders after the fact?
Kitsa Papadopoulos here from the NDIA, and the Commission might like to add to my answer here, but from the NDIA point of view, we've made enormous progress over the last few years following investments by the government through the Fraud Fusion Task Force and the Crackdown on Fraud program. Investments worth over $550 million have enabled us to not only respond to fraud matters through criminal investigations and through raising debt, which were the main levers and treatments that we used to use, but now we are increasingly able to work with our claimants to prevent non-compliant claiming from occurring in the first place. So we have now a large workforce of prepayment integrity officers who are enabled because of the new capabilities we have in our systems, because of crackdown fraud deliverables, we can now review all the claims that are submitted every day, which is over 660,000 claims per day on average. And every day we run detection analytics over those claims, which again is another capability that's been delivered through Crackdown on Fraud. And every day we identify about 50,000 claims that might be risky. Doesn't mean they're all non-compliant.
50,000?
50,000 a day. Wow. And then our prepayment integrity officers work through that list. They can't get to all of them, but depending on their capacity for the day, they prioritise review of those claims. What the provision in this bill around electronic claiming helps ensure that the claims that we receive are going through the controls that exist within our electronic systems. For example, providers now have to log into the portal using their MyID, and they're verified through a system called RAM. So that was delivered last year. Similarly, our participants and nominees now must log into our system using their MyGov credentials. So that's just an example of one control that's in place through the electronic means. Having all those claims available to review electronically means we can run those algorithms and address non-compliance. The provision in this bill around allowing us to seek further information makes sure that we have what we need to be transparent with claimants about what substantiation is required to satisfy the NDIA that a claim should be made, and that we are keeping participants' plans safe from people who might be trying to make false claims against their plans.
Okay. Did you wanted to add something?
Yes, perhaps Louise Glanville here from the Commission. Just a broader comment on fraud. I mean, it's a really important part of safeguarding and integrity and the sustainability of the scheme overall. So it is a very key feature, but it really is contributing to something much broader about what the expectations of people with disability are for the NDIS, and also what the regulators' expectations are of providers, and ensuring that the practices and processes really do contribute to that sustainability and integrity and quality and safeguarding piece. I don't know if my colleague wants to say anything more.
I was just going to add that the Commission measures that are in the bill are really to detect, prevent and respond to breaches of the NDIS Act, including fraud. There's a range of measures that allow us to have quicker access to information to enable us to respond to safeguarding issues and matters. The banning order measure, which is really expanding our powers to be able to ban other actors in the scheme. So at the moment we are only able to ban NDIS providers, but there are significant issues that we see in the auditing market and the consulting market that may lead to areas of fraud that occur in the NDIS. So it's a really holistic package. And even the penalties, they are there as a deterrence for those actors wanting to enter the market who may have not good intent.
I have more questions, but I've got a message from the Chair to say she's going to pass it to somebody else and come back to me, so we'll come back round. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Askew. Senator Steele-John.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. Just wanting to just continue and clarify a little bit where Senator Askew left off. So if I understand the evidence the department has given, currently in terms of plan variation, you feel that you are able to vary plans in an upward direction, correct?
Correct. Sarah Hawke from the department speaking.
Yeah, okay. So you can vary them in an upward direction, and this amendment would have the effect of allowing you to vary a plan in terms of the amount of funding in the plan in a downward direction, correct?
That's correct. It's clarifying that can occur.
Yes, okay. And you have given us today 2 tangible examples, one of which at least I know is referenced in the explanatory memorandum of the circumstances in which you believe that would occur. So those are the 2 tangible examples that you've given in the EM, and you've referenced them today in your evidence, haven't you?
Yes, Senator.
Regardless of the fact that they are in the explanatory memorandum, if we look at the actual text of the bill, the power to decrease that is being added here is not constrained to those 2 specific instances, is it? It's simply granted as a variation power. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
So it could be used in a way that is alternate to the 2 examples that you've given. So, you've got those 2 examples, but it could be used in other ways. Correct.
That's correct, Senator, but as I mentioned, the circumstances in which a plan variation can be undertaken are specified in the Act.
Yes, I understand absolutely, but my point being, you can, if this legislation passes, decrease the amount in somebody's plan in contexts other than those 2 contexts that you have provided us with. Correct?
Correct.
That's correct, isn't it? Yes. Yep. Okay, fantastic, thank you. In terms of the example you gave around modifying, decreasing a plan in response to a compensation payment that had been given to a participant. The CEO currently retains the ability to use their discretion when considering the implication of a compensation payment upon somebody's plan. So the CEO can determine that compensation has been paid. However, given the specific circumstances of the compensation, that will not in fact impact their NDIS funding. That's right as we sit here now, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct. There's detailed rules, compensation rules that must be applied in making a decision about the impact that will have on a participant's plan. Okay,
and those detailed compensation rules, are they affected in any way by this amendment of draft?
No.
Okay, and just to be very clear, a variation made under this proposed clause would be, it is a reviewable decision in the same way that all other variations at this time are subject to a reviewable decision.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Can I take you to the question of taking away from section 47A now into some of the general pieces of the bill for a moment. A lot of this bill relies on an underlying concept of mandatory registration with new penalties for providers who are required to be registered but who aren't in fact registered, and also new rules that only registered providers will be subjected to. The report from the Provider and Worker Registration Task Force has only been partly responded to, with some changes made to require particular providers, such as platform providers, to be registered. Can I confirm that there are further changes coming regarding provider registration more broadly?
Senator Ross from the department. As you indicated, the government announced in December the intention to extend to supported independent living and platform provider mandatory registration. At this point, the government is still considering further expansion of registration and potential implementation of the task force report.
Okay. Can you give us a timeline on that consideration?
I'll ask the Commission, but it does commence from 1 July 2026 for those two measures.
For those two measures, I'm looking for the timeline for the consideration of the further reforms.
Apologies, Senator. That's a decision for government.
Okay. Of course, it is a decision for government. Has government got a timeline?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay.
So, Senator, I think that we've been previously on the record. We're very interested in the registration question from the Commission's perspective. I think you would know the reasons why that is the case, and we continue to have discussions with government about that. We are very pleased that the first steps have been taken with the areas of most risk in relation to supported independent living and platform providers, and we are keen to keep working with government on what, if anything, might be further reforms in this space.
I would imagine so. I've been hearing from the community that they are continue to be concerned about the uncertainty in this space and the scale of the change in this bill that is occurring without a clear definition of which providers will be in the future required to be registered. Can anybody tell me when we will learn details of the provider registration model and which providers will be subject to the changes in this bill beyond the two categories that have been previously mentioned?
Before we go to officials, Senator Steele-John, if I could just interrupt to say that it is slightly out of scope of this bill and its parameters, so I will let the officials provide an answer to that question on the I'm sure there is an answer for you, but it is in fact out of scope of this particular bill. So I think that the previous official did provide an answer that it is a decision for government, and so given that it is out of scope, I will let them answer your direct question, but maybe to think about, if it remains outside of scope, particularly registration, that it is something you can possibly pick up with the Minister's office or in the department on a separate issue rather than within the hearing of this bill.
Senator, as I indicated, the government hasn't at this time indicated a date for further expansion other than commencement on 1st of July of supported independent living and platform provider registration. Of course, Minister Butler did indicate in his press club address that he sees a lack of registration in the scheme as concerning, but I don't have a time frame for you. I would also just like to reiterate, and I don't know if the Commission wanted to add to this, the vast majority of the measures in here apply to both registered and unregistered providers. Anyone operating in the NDIS is under the remit of the Commission.
That's right. We were just about to say the same thing. Do you want to, Alyssa, give a bit more detail on that to Senator?
Sure. So the tiered penalty framework, a number of those measures apply to both registered and unregistered providers. There are only a few that only apply to registered providers, particularly around the gathering of information, but the tiered penalty framework, the banning orders, the anti-promotion orders, they all apply to both registered and unregistered providers as well as others in the system.
Thank you. Going to section 45 and 45A of the proposed legislation, I'd like to clarify the meaning of the new section 45 3E. Quote, the agency may treat information or documents as having been given under subsection 3B within the specified period if the CEO is satisfied that it is appropriate to do so. Does this mean that this information is, does this mean that if this information is not provided, then the agency can treat it as being provided, or is it that if it is provided outside the time frame, then it can be treated as being provided within the time frame?
Thank you, Senator. Sarah Hawke from the department. It's the latter circumstance that you described. and that is if it's provided outside of the time frame, it can be treated as having been provided within the time frame.
Okay. So in that case, so if we are using 45(3)(e) to treat information as though it has been given, does that mean that the claim can be then paid under section 45(3)(a), I believe it is?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So, all right. What if it can't be provided?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Senator. So, to just to provide a clarifying point in relation to that, the Act's Interpretation Act makes it clear that the power to issue a notice also includes the power to revoke, amend or vary it, and that means if a claimant is asked to provide documents which they don't have, for example, that the notice could be varied, revoked, or amended.
So if they're asked to provide documentation or information they don't have, then the notice can be changed or withdrawn?
Or withdrawn, yes, Senator, that's correct.
All right, and in that situation, who gets to decide whether whether reasonable grounds has been given for for not giving that information? Because that'll end up being the critical question.
Yes, Senator. So that's a decision for the delegate to work with the claimant to consider what other alternative information might be available to support and substantiate a claim being paid in those circumstances.
So it will be at the delegate's discretion as to decide what constitutes reasonable grounds for not providing information.
Yes, correct.
Okay. That seems to me a little bit of a recipe for inconsistency in what is required in relation to claims. Have you put in place guidance ahead of the assumed passage of this legislation to guide delegates around information that it is reasonable to provide, or grounds that it is reasonable to for a respondent to a request for information to say, haven't got that information?
I think that guidance already exists, and I might ask my colleagues to talk to from the agency.
Kitsa Papadopoulos here from the NDIA. The intention of this provision is to ensure that non-compliant claims are not paid by the NDIA, to protect and safeguard participants' plans for claiming that is for supports that perhaps were never provided or are not in line with the participant's plan, and the prepayment process exists to ensure there are checks for high-risk claims in that regard. The prepayment integrity officer will ask for reasonable information to substantiate the claim, and if no reasonable information can be provided, then it's hard for the agency to be satisfied that a support was provided as claimed, and the agency will then be able to make a decision about whether that claim should be paid. The agency does have the option of seeking evidence from other sources other than the claimant, which might help provide a broader evidence base if the claimant themselves is unable to provide substantiation. However, we are very clear that providers who are claiming from the NDIS have a responsibility to retain evidence and provide it to the NDIA when asked. And similarly, self-managed participants, there is a lot of guidance for self-managed participants about what's required to be retained in their records.
So, okay, but I would, so you've referred to guidance that is provided to self-managed participants and some guidance that currently exists around providers, but you've also referred to, delegates or individuals making an assessment as to what is reasonable information, what is a reasonable request, and what is reasonable compliance. So are you suggesting that there is going to be new guidance from the agency in relation to what constitutes reasonable information to be requested and provided? Is that what you're saying?
As I mentioned, there is existing guidance and we continuously improve the transparency of the information that we put out publicly with regard to what is your responsibility when you're part of one of these prepayment reviews. So we continue to take feedback and we will always continue to clarify that information. Internally, we have structured training and practice for our prepayment integrity officers and quality assurance built in to ensure that if there is a tricky decision before that person, they can work with supervisors and teams to make a decision and potentially extend timeframes for the claimant in order to resolve the review.
And the explanatory memorandum outlines what's reasonably required is generally limited to information establishing the claim relates to a support, which is an NDIS support for that participant in accordance with their plan, the support's been delivered and the claim's accurate. And so what would reasonably required would include requests for invoices, receipts and other records of payment, evidence to support the quantity or number of hours of the support, evidence of the type of support and the date provided, copies of timesheets and rosters and proof of payment.
I think it's also to state that it's Ben from the chief from the NDIA. Not every claim will require the level of information. So some claims will be more nuanced. Some requests will be more nuanced depending on the information that has already been provided as part of the claim.
I understand that. I think, again, my red flag in reading the actual wording of the legislation here, beyond the good intention of the explanatory memorandum, is the potential for inconsistency that is created here by delegating these kind of things to individuals to make decisions potentially on a case-by-case basis. But I'm conscious of time, and I also wanted to go to another aspect of the explanatory memorandum, which specifies that decisions under 45D and 45E are not reviewable decisions because they don't have substantive consequences, since the claims can just be resubmitted. Now, for the Hansard record, section 45(3)D allows the CEO to make the decision to extend the time period in which information can be given, and section 45E allows the agency to treat the information as having been given. Would you regard it as a substantive consequence of these decisions if, because of the delay in paying the claim, participants are without essential supports for days, for weeks, for months?
Do you want to start?
I might. That really goes to the experience of, I think, the agency in administering delayed payments. It's not explicitly dealt with on the face of the amendment bill.
Let me just clarify though, because I'm happy to go to the agency when it's appropriate, but this is the justification given in the explanatory memorandum drafted by the department. Mm-hmm. You've said these sections do not need to be reviewable decisions because they don't have substantive consequences because the claims can be submitted and resubmitted. Mm-hmm. And my question to you is, do you consider that if the consequences of these processes were that a participant went without essential supports for days, weeks or months, which is perfectly possible given the times that can be involved here, is that not a substantive consequence?
Sarah, I can... Kitsa here from the NDIA. In practice, what occurs is a support must already have been provided in order for the claim to have been submitted. If the claim is submitted and it hits our prepayment integrity process and we seek information to substantiate the claim, and if there are delays in receiving that evidence from the claimant, yes, you are right that sometimes that can stretch out for a long time. Depends on what the claimant is able to provide and whether it satisfies us to be able to make a decision about the claim. It is a separate matter as to whether that claimant, having had that particular claim interrupted, takes some further action in terms of the supports they are providing to the participant. But our advice would be there's no reason why future supports should be interrupted as long as that provider keeps the required evidence for all those future supports and is able to substantiate those claims. There's no reason why the agency wouldn't continue to pay the claims for the future supports.
Can personal information such as someone's medical records or bank details be requested under these powers?
I think, Senator, it would be rare for clinical information such as session notes to be required for the purposes of determining if someone is eligible for payment. There would be very limited circumstances that would be required. I refer previously to the other information that would be more readily available to produce to support the making of a claim in the nature of pay slips and timesheets and rosters rather than personal clinical information from a participant.
But nothing in this legislation prevents the agency from requesting such information, does it?
No, and indeed, I mean, there's broad information powers already existing in the Act that could enable requests for information of that nature already in Section 53 and Section 55.
And people very often reach out to me, having had significant claims, requests made of them in relation to deeply private information by the agency while managing issues to do with their plans. So there is a concern about granting the agency even more power to ask for that information, and not for just a theoretical reason. That the concern people have is privacy. Was there consideration given to including specific protections around privacy and relevance when drafting these amendments? And if so, why have they not been included here?
Senator Steele-John, just before the official answers your question, I do need to shift the call after the answer. I can come back to you. So I'll just let her answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. So the nature of the information requested by the agency in relation to a participant's plan, and making sure that they're getting the right support is quite different to the context in justifying whether a claim can be substantiated. And in terms of your specific question about privacy protections, you might be aware of the significant protections provided under the NDIS Act in relation to any information and records obtained by the NDIA are protected information, and it's a criminal offence punishable by up to 2 years imprisonment for the disclosure of protected information, which is absolutely focused around participant and personal information. Those safeguards already exist under the Act.
Okay, I'll pass back to the chair at this point.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Nandaraja.
Just some questions to the agency, just to follow on from Senator Steele-John on evidence required for claims. Could the agency please explain the claiming process and evidence requirements as it currently stands?
Do you want me to take that, Sarah?
Yes, please.
Kitsa Papadopoulos here from the NDIA. The majority of providers make their claims electronically, over 99%. And as I set out before, logging into the NDIS portal to make those claims includes a range of controls, including identity controls. Once those claims are gathered every day, data analytics are run across the claims to identify high-risk claims. Assuming that your claim is not identified for further review, then your claim will be put into the payment run to be processed then. So usually people are paid within 2 to 3 days of submitting their claim. That is the same for self-managed participants who make claims through the NDIS app or the portal. And then there is a separate set of processes that occur if your claim is selected for further review, and our NDIA website sets out what you can expect if you're involved in one of those reviews.
I'm assuming that crooks and shonks are constantly evolving and finding new and improved ways to evade best practice. Do your prepayment integrity processes also update periodically?
Yes, they do. So we have reached a new level of sophistication, as I set out, over the last few years as a result of the important investments made through the Crackdown on Fraud program. We are way ahead of where we were a couple of years ago with regard to both provider claiming and self-managed claiming. And as we built those initial capabilities through the first phase of Crackdown on Fraud, we've identified the kinds of improvements that we'd like to continue to make to NDIA systems over time.
Sorry, no, you finished. Please go ahead.
So we will continue to upgrade the systems themselves, but we now have a great set of analytical tools, and we take learnings from our overall fraud intelligence, fraud cases, our tip-offs, our partnerships with Fraud Fusion Task Force agencies, including the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission and others. And we now have the capability to detect patterns in line, as you said, with some of those more modern or new attempts to circumvent existing controls. We can now, as soon as we become aware that there's something we need to look for, we can plug that into our detection analytics.
Sounds really impressive. Thank you. It sounds collaborative. In terms of the behaviours, what sort of behaviours are you seeing in the market that make this particular provision necessary with regards to enhanced powers?
With regards to the electronic claiming, some of the activities that we are seeing in our very high-risk fraud cases relate to providers who are claiming from participants' plans without that participant's consent, without the participant sometimes knowing that that's happening. Some examples include providers who continue to claim from a person's plan even after that participant has left that provider and no longer wants any supports from them. We have had providers subject to many tip-offs from participants saying, I didn't authorise this claiming from my plan. I used to be with this provider, but I am no longer. Our new prepayment capabilities allow us to put that provider on a high-risk list and subject that provider to what's called a manual payment review, which means all the claims they make, they have to provide substantiation for those claims. So I'm really pleased to be able to say in many cases we are now able to respond to some very concerning tip-offs that we have been receiving from participants over the years, and we are now able, through our payment controls, to protect their plans.
Thank you. It sounds like you're identifying systemic risks and putting necessary measures in place, which would give people a lot of reassurance. Just on the issue of the 45(3)(b) provision, this would give the agency the power to request further information in relation to a claim that the CEO reasonably requires. Can you explain what kind of information would be contemplated within that clause? And apologies if this has already been asked, but it would be worth going over again.
Thanks, Senator. It's Sarah Hawke from the department. As I briefly touched on, the explanatory memorandum goes to some of what could be reasonably required in relation to ensuring that the claims relate to support for which consistent with a participant's plan, that the support has actually been delivered and that the claim is accurate. And so the types of information most frequently requested would include invoices, receipts and other records of payment, evidence to support the quantity or number of hours of the support, evidence of the type of support provided and the date on which it was provided, the date and times, and copies of timesheets, pay slips and other proof of payment.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And with regards to the new 45(3)(e), this provides a safeguard that would allow the agency CEO to treat documents as having been provided. Could you explain how the agency would imagine that provision actually working?
I can start, Senator. Sarah Hawke from the department. It's really in circumstances where there was documentation submitted and it met the requirement, satisfied the agency that the claim was a legitimate claim and needed to be paid. It's to avoid those circumstances, a technical circumstance where the information was provided a day or a short time after the time period within which the agency stipulated the information was required. It's to avoid the need for a person to submit a new claim in those circumstances.
Okay. And just to follow on, just my last point, to follow on from Senator Askew's questioning around critical incident collaboration and learnings, it would be worth you looking at the mortality morbidity type meetings that are held in for example, public healthcare. I guess the similarity would be something around safeguarding risks in the NDIS. And the other thing to protect the social and emotional well-being of your workers would be to look at Schwartz rounds. These are now done in most major hospitals, and they've been found to be a very, very effective way of creating a safe environment for workers to discuss issues, confronting issues in a safe and healing kind of environment. But thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Nandaraja. I'm going to allocate the call to Senator Askew.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've only got a couple of final ones to get through. I just wanted, first of all, just in regard to the request for information and documentation we've been talking about, I just want to clarify, is it for both registered and unregistered providers?
I just wanted to clarify the question. Is that related to the shortened time frames
for the claims in regard to both claims and the shortened minimum time? Probably both actually. Do the orders requesting information and documentation apply to both registered and unregistered providers?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It's anybody who makes a claim from the NDIA, and unregistered providers can claim from the NDIA via registered plan managers or via self-managers.
That's a good clarification, so thank you. In regard to, just moving on to the other point, Bill also seeks to shorten the minimum period that a provider has to provide the Commission with information and documentation. Specifically, in what circumstances will the standard minimum of 14 days to provide a response be waived?
So that provision is really to allow us to access information more quickly, particularly when there are significant safeguarding issues that come to us. There is discretion for the Commission to request information and to lengthen or shorten that time frame, but we would apply that provision proportionately based on the risk and the evidence that we have to hand.
So it can go to any type of time frame if needed. So if something's going to take longer to get access to, you can say, well, it'll be 30 days or...
Depending on the safeguarding risk and our determination of the safeguarding risk.
So it's determinant on the harm that we perceive is possible for the participant or whoever is involved, that we would, make a decision in relation to that.
Yep, makes sense. So I've got what safeguards are in place to ensure honest providers, many of whom are small businesses, are not overburdened with unreasonable requests for information and documentation under these powers.
So the power itself is, and the measures that we have in the bill are not intended to create more administrative burden for providers. They're really about preventing and respond to really significant non-compliance of providers. And so, again, the intention is not to add more to requests for information. They are for us to receive and act on information when there is a significant risk of harm. There will be guidance that is developed as part of this process.
That hasn't been done yet?
Not yet.
Underway? Okay. I only have one other area of questioning, and that is in relation to the proposed new powers around anti-promotion orders. What guidance will be given to providers in relation to what is and is not acceptable in relation to advertising and promotion of services? And what specific types of promotions or advertising is the Commission targeting under these proposed provisions?
I'm happy to take that question. So the anti-promotion order has been designed to respond to some of the really significant fraud and sharp practices that we see occurring in the market. We've worked really closely with other regulators where there's a bit of a crossover between consumer and consumer law and the NDIS Act. And the anti-promotion order is really to respond to, so for example, we've seen in the supported disability accommodation market promotion of investment that really overstates the return on investment for people who want to invest in the SDA market. We've also seen areas like in the short-term accommodation space or respite space where participants are encouraged to use their plans really that aren't in accordance with the Act. So things like holidays and cruises and those areas. It will also, we're going to work closely with the ACCC. We have to develop a rule so that we really get the balance right between what's in the NDIS Act and what's in the Australian consumer law. We will develop guidance and support for both participants, providers and the market, because the anti-promotion orders will apply more broadly, not just to NDIS providers, but that will be that's work that hasn't started yet, and we will consult with the sector around the development of the rule and also of the guidance.
So there's two lots of guidance that are yet to be developed. What sort of timeframes do you think before they will be in place to be able to actually implement this legislation once it's passed?
We'll need to develop the rules first, and we'll need to consult with the states and territories on those rules, and then the guidance will be developed following on from that rule development.
So what sort of timeframe will it take? How long would that normally take to develop rules and then guidelines?
Well, it depends on drafting resources, but we would expect to start, once the bill passes, we expect to start drafting the rules and then also the guidance. So
do I start asking at May estimates?
Needless to say, the Commission's very keen to see if this bill passes. We're very keen to be able to commence the implementation process as soon as possible. That is really important because many of the provisions in this bill are very sensible, will really help the integrity and sustainability of the scheme. And so we will be working very hard to do the work that's needed with our colleagues assisting us in order to make this happen.
Okay. So
I think Ms Wade had a contribution. I could see her coming off.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I was eagerly trying to find a moment. I did just want to highlight, Senator, to your initial question, that this provision very importantly will impose a civil penalty on those that provide anti-promotion practices in the NDIS market. This is something that we have seen really thrive in the current marketplace. It is those things that you see when you walk down any sort of main street where people are promoting the NDIS as something that is not consistent with what they're doing. And it's really about tightening that, and then failure to do that will result in civil penalties by the Commissioner. So it's a really significant evolution for the NDIS.
Thank you, and I definitely agree that there's definitely a need for it. I'll just be keen to know how long before we start questioning you in estimates to find out where it's at. So we'll put it on our list for May, and you can give us an update at that point. That's the end of my questioning there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Askew. Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. So I'd like to ask some questions that were raised by Intrepidus Law in relation to the new power for the CEO to specify how claims are submitted. First of all, can I ask, will there be a new electronic claims system?
I can answer that. There is a current electronic claims system via the NDIS portal. The Crackdown on Fraud program is enabling the agency to continue to improve the electronic channel, and in the future we will work with our providers to potentially improve the existing channel or augment with other electronic channels. So that's just a potential for the future. But at the moment, there is the NDIS portal is the main way that registered providers claim from the scheme.
Okay. And will it exist alongside the ability, so will we continue to retain the ability to submit Word or PDF forms in as part of providing information to substantiate a claim?
To make a claim, the intention is that in the future it must be through an electronic channel. However, we will design in some specific exemptions which we can design with the sector. Your question went to the question of evidence though. So evidence at the moment is not provided alongside the claim by registered providers. They simply select what support was provided and then the price per unit and against whose plan, and that is the evidence we receive at the moment. Plan managers who make claims on behalf of other providers, usually unregistered providers, are expected to ask for additional evidence, and they would store that on their own systems.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. Well, since what you've told me is that we will not be having a new system, we're retaining the system we have, it may change over time, but that then kind of renders my other questions answered, and that'll do me, Chair, so I can hand it back to yourself.
Great, thank you very much, Senator Steele-John. Senator Brown.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to go back to the penalty framework, and you answered a number of Senator Askew's question in this area, but could the Commission explain some of the risks to the safety of participants that you see in the market that make it necessary to introduce the penalty framework?
I'll ask Ms Way to answer that, if you're there, Natalie. She's there,
yes. Thank you for the,
with a little person with her.
Thank you. With a member of the public observing, thank you for the flexibility and understanding. It's a really good question, and it is the reality in 2026 that people with disability continue to die while they are in receipt of services, and that they face significant harm and injury. And it is absolutely imperative that the NDIS Commission, as the regulator, is able to impose significant penalty on providers when participants face death and serious risk of harm and injury as a result of their service delivery. Senator, we continue to run matters before the federal court and take action against providers when participants die by choking on their meals or by crossing the road when they don't have sufficient supervision. These are everyday matters that are unacceptable, and it's not acceptable that the regulator does not have sufficient penalties that they're able to impose that are now under this bill to be aligned with other regulators. This is a very important moment in valuing the lives of people with disability and holding providers to account.
And Senator, just to add to that, the current penalty framework really dates back to probably about 2018. So there's been so much shift and change in the market and in practices that the current framework is no longer fit for purpose in that way under the Act, and has limited effectiveness really as a deterrent, which is something that as a regulator we're very keen to do, to highlight what happens when some bad actor does something pretty bad, and to take action, regulatory action, that ensures that there is a deterrence effect in this if others are watching and looking and thinking about the same sorts of things.
Yeah. So exactly how is the Commission intending to be able to use this new power?
Do you want to answer that? Or do you want me to? Or do you want Natalie to?
Maybe if Natalie can.
Nat, do you want to keep going on the penalty?
Otherwise, I can.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
Thank you for the question. So the penalty framework will introduce both criminal offences and civil penalty provisions. We will then bring action against providers who breach provisions in the Act, and then we will do that through the federal court by ensuring that they are held to account in that way. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thanks. I have one other question. So there's been a lot of discussion around plan variations, and thank you for your evidence here today that has been able to clear up some of the misunderstanding around how the changes would operate. But given that there has been some confusion and misunderstanding across the disability community, what can be done to communicate the limited effect of this change to reassure the disability community?
Thanks, Senator. We can certainly at the department put out some clarifying information in the context of the website, the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing's website that covers off on NDIS reforms to clarify that the limited scope of this technical amendment.
Well, I think that's probably a good idea, given that there was confusion even with across providers as to how this, as you put it, technical amendment will actually operate. So I think if you could need to have a look at that, and that'd be a great addition to the work that you're doing. So thank you so much. That's all for me, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown. That concludes this session, and I want to thank everyone for providing their evidence.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, Senator Askew. Sorry, I know you had one quick question.
Just one final question. When the scrutiny of bills, the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills had a look at this legislation, they did request that an addendum to the EM be tabled in Parliament as soon as practical, containing an explanation as to why it was necessary and appropriate to impose strict liability on the offence of contravening a banning order, and otherwise drew its concerns to the attention of the Senate. So I just wanted to make sure that that was actually being actioned by the department, if we're aware of that.
We're aware of it, Senator. Happy to. We might take that on notice if I can get the exact scheduling of how that operate, but definitely aware of it.
It probably can't be done until we go back to Parliament next week.
Correct.
But just thought I'd just wanted to put it on the record that it had been sort of noted that it needed to be done, and making sure that something was going to happen. So thank you for that. There you go, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Simple as that.
Thank you, Senator Askew, and my apologies. I did know that you had one final question. I want to thank all of you for providing your evidence here today to the committee. The committee reports to the Senate on the 20th of March 2026 and has agreed that all responses to questions taken on notice should be provided by the close of business on Tuesday, the 3rd of March, to the Secretariat. That concludes today's hearing, and I want to thank all of the witnesses who have appeared today, to Hansard, Broadcasting and of course the Secretariat for all their assistance. The committee will report to the Senate, as I said, on the 20th of March and have agreed to that all the responses to questions on notice should be provided by the close of business Tuesday, the 3rd of March 2026. The committee stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.